It's a motion duly seconded to give authority to our city mayor to enter into a MOA between the LGU Naga and DepEd with respect to the additional secondary school, particularly the San Isidro National High School. Without objection, the same is approved. Next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Celito S.A. del Rosario, authorizing the grant of social amelioration assistance to all public utility vehicles in the city of Naga and appropriating funds thereof.
Honorable Lito del Rosario, the proponent.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. This is one of the measures that will be undertaken by the LGU Naga in order to uplift the lot of our constituents. When people do not move and vehicles do not move, their drivers are greatly affected, especially those public utility drivers. We are talking here of padjak drivers, trimobile drivers, jeepney drivers. In Naga City, more or less, we have 4,000 to 4,500 drivers. So these are immediately affected. These drivers are immediately affected. Of course, we also have other sectors that are affected by this non-movement of individuals and yung other na affected, Mr. Chair. And initially, last night, Mr. Chair, together with Councilor Buddy Del Castillo, Councilor Elmer Baldemoro, Councilor Dodit Antonio Dodit Beltran, the punong barangay of Bagong Bayan Norte and the president of the Liga ng mga barangay, we had the initial discussion with the Honorable Mayor Nelson Ligacion, Mr. Frank Mendoza. And this is initially the agreement, one of the agreements. I'm moving that we convert this not as my sole, I only drafted the ordinance. This will be on a joint and collective motion. I reiterate, Mr. Chair, that this is one of the steps towards alleviating the lot of our members of this sector. So the purpose, Mrs. Chair, is to provide them with 5 kilos of rice, and considering this number, this will be needing close to 1 million pesos as social amelioration fund. The distribution will be determined by the Office of the Mayor, the Honorable Ligacion, subject to consultation with the DSWD. We should recall that we have rice assistance to the Sanggawadan. We have the rice assistance to the Queen. So, in particular na sector na ni Kay Pantamatambangan. So, Mr. Chair, I think you all share the sentiment of this representation. So, on joining collective motion, Mr. Chair, I move that we pass an ordinance authorizing the grant of social amelioration assistance to all public utility vehicle drivers in Naga City and appropriating funds for the purpose. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion duly seconded for our discussion. Honorable Abunal.
And then yung pong mga public utility vehicles, ano po ang covered kayan drivers na yan? May mga bus drivers kitang Naga City, may mga jeepney drivers, itong iba-iba. Kabali po ba yung mga padjak drivers na sa covered yan? Hindi ko kaya nababasa maray. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the clarification, Councilor Greg. The coverage will be padjak drivers, jeepney drivers, and trimobile drivers. Padjak, jeepney, and trimobile drivers. Number 2, this will be a one-time grant, one-time assistance. So, if the mayor decides to give this by the end of the month or early part of April, depending on the availability of rice from the NFA and other sources, then this is just to show our concern for this, because yun ni Mr. Chair, itong mga nagkakayod na sarong kayod sarong ano lang, isang kahig, isang ano ni. So pag mayong kayod, definitely mahirap sila mag-divert sa ibang ano ni. Sa ibang sektor, Mr. Chair, pwede yan maka-adjust tulos. Pero ining mga ano ni. I reiterate, Mr. Chair, na this is one of the measures that will be adopting to address this coronavirus, vibrant coronavirus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that clarification, Honorable Del Rosario. Anything more? Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the purpose of this ordinance. My question, however, is would the amount of 1 million be sufficient for the purpose?
Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
Councilor Miles, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the initial computation, that will suffice. But if our thinking is, I think we make it, we double the amount. That's because that's within our power naman to.
My proposal, Mr. Chair, if the proponent would agree, is to I don't even think we need to appropriate if there is already an existing appropriation under AIX. I believe the situation could already be covered as assistance to individual in emergency in emergency individuals in crisis situation. Assistance to individuals in crisis situation, AIX, which is in the DSWD. I think what we can do is to augment that fund.
Okay.
Because when we approve the appropriation, dahil man kita nag-consider kang situation na ini. So definitely, it will be not sufficient. So maybe we can augment
Yes.
so that it will not even only be the drivers, baka igwa pa ng ibang individuals who would be in crisis considering the issuances of the President and the City Mayor. So if the proponent would agree, that let's not limit it to just
Yeah,
the
okay.
drivers.
Thank you, Councilor Miles. Mr. I'm willing to defer temporarily. We ask the presence of Mr. Mendoza to provide us yung clear figures. Then before the end of the session, we approve this. Okay.
Thank you. So
Thank you,
before
thank you,
we
thank you.
dispose of this matter, we
request-
refer this temporarily and request our
Mr. Frank
Secretariat
Mendoza.
to
Okay.
call the
Thank
City Administrator. But before that, I'd like to acknowledge the Honorable Tripulca. We move to the next item in the meantime. Honorable Elmer Valdemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the succeeding agenda pertains to the urgent ordinances. However, since this is the first time that our colleague presented this matter, may I move to temporarily defer this matter, item number 4, 5, 6, and 8, and to discuss this later. Sige. If by suggestion, Mr. Chair, since this is an urgent resolution, however, it is only the first time that it will be presented. May I move to temporarily defer this matter and discuss on the later part of the session.
Okay. Any second? You mean we move first to item number 6? 4, 5,
6, 7. 4, 5, 6, and 7.
4, 5, 6, 7,
And 5, 6.
and 8. So we take this up later on during our session. Okay.
So, item number 7.
So we move to the next item, those which are not covered by the...
Item number 7 is the letter from the City Mayor.
Item number 7 is a request.
The letter from the acting city administrator requesting for
Ma'am,
A resolution authorizing the city mayor.
This is related to the proposed site of the city's Disaster Management and Resilience Center. Honorable Lito del Rosario.
I move, Mr. Chair, that we authorize the City Mayor to negotiate with Mr. Felicito Ormilio or his heirs or assigns for the acquisition through donation, sale, or expropriation of his property located in Barangay Balatas, Naga City, with an area of 9,533 square meter, subject to ratification of the Sangguniang Panunsod. This property, Mr. Chair, is adjacent to the property of Villanos, which the city earlier expropriated, and beside the proposed Balatas, Naga City Science High School Road. It will be the proposed site of the Naga City's Resilience Center, the Bureau of Fire Protection, and other offices that will be put in the or established in that place. I therefore move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded to authorize our city mayor without objection. The same is approved. Next item.
Unfinished business. The letter dated March 10, 2020, inviting into today's regular session Mr. Jubet Ramos, OIC Branch Manager, Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office, Mr. Carlos Garcia, Provincial Manager of Even Chance Gaming Corporation, and Police Colonel Felix N. Servita Jr. of the City Police with respect to the operation of a small town lottery in the city.
Do we have the invited guests, Mr. Secretary? So, Mr. Jobet Ramos of the PCSO is around, and Mr. Henry Sita of Even Chance Gaming. Thank you for coming for this regular session. Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, in the previously approved authority, if you can just go back to it, kung i-silent na lang, Mr. Chair, si mode of acquisition, dito na siguro pag-enumerate. Sabi ta through sale, donation, or expropriation. Dito na lang, Mr. Chair. General na lang for the acquisition. Let's remove through donation, sale, or expropriation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ma'am Miles. The proponent accedes to the request. The mode of acquisition is therefore just to acquire, just to acquire the property. So in whatever mode that will depend on the discretion of the city mayor. Thank you.
Okay. So the said resolution is amended with the said manifestation. Approved. Next item. I mean we have the invited guest for item number 1 of unfinished business. So for okay, the rules are suspended. Who do we invite first to speak? The PCSO representative? Or the representative from Even Chance? PCSO first. So maybe invite Mr. Jobet Ramos, the OIC of PCSO Camarines Sur. Thank you, sir, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the members of the board.
So, first from the Honorable Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, our appreciation for honoring the invitation of the Sangguniang Panunsod with regards to this particular matter. First, Mr. Chair, we understand that the operation of STL is legal, but we must also remember that the city of Naga is not politically part of the province of Camarines Sur. So, it's a separate political entity. the city of Naga is a separate political entity from that of the province of Camarines Sur. And second, Mr. Chair, we understand that load to outlets, and including STL, are exempted from the payment of the business tax. But they are not exempted from the payment of all regulatory fees imposed by local government units. So, may I know, Mr. Chair, from the PCSO, whether the gambling entity that they authorize have secured the necessary permits from the city of Naga for the operation of the small town lottery. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May we hear from Mr. Jobet Ramos?
With regards to the first issue, Your Honor, I think the matter is with the courts right now, sa Branch 23. And as regards naman po dun sa securing regulatory fees, I guess the event chance could better answer that. As far as we know, kumukuha po sila ng regulatory permits.
May we know, you mentioned, Mr. Jobet Ramos, may case sa Branch 23. What is the status of the case?
Hindi po ako masyadong updated kasi it is being handled by the OGCC. Pero ang alam ko is for decision na yata siya.
I mean, anong case po ito? Anong kaso?
Yung inclusion ng Naga City sa political ng Kamsur.
Honorable Del Castillo?
Act 305 and reinforced by Republic Act 7163, the city of Naga is politically independent from the province of Camarines Sur. That's why we are being called or categorized as independent component city. Our ordinances are not subject to review of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan. We are not within the administrative supervision of the province. And therefore, we are politically independent from the province of Camarines Sur. So, if an entity secured a permit from the province but have not secured a permit from the city, it cannot transact or conduct any business within the city of Naga by virtue of the Local Autonomy Act. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Del Castillo. Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I stand corrected. Yung issue po sa Branch 23 is regarding sa inclusion ng authority ng PCSO. I guess yun po yung issue sa na for decision.
Inclusion of authority
ng PCSO dun sa operation ng STL.
Okay. Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may we know if the City Legal Office, our City Legal Office knows of that case? Can we invite the City Legal Office? Because if there's a pending case that would affect the city government, the City of Naga, then we should know about it. Can we call the City Legal Officer, Mr. Chair? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May we call the City Legal Officer to our regular session?
Yes. My question to the PCSO, Mr. Chair, to your mind, as the officer of the PCSO in Naga City, do you think, to your mind, as the implementer of PCSO's mandates, do you think the operator granted franchise by PCSO need to secure a mayor's permit before it can operate in a particular local government unit?
Your Honor, the matter has been, the stand of the PCSO is, tulad po sa ibang lugar, hindi na kailangan ng mayor's permit.
So that is the official position of the PCSO, and therefore, truly, it is only the court that can settle it, Mr. Chair. In the meantime, that it is being litigated in court, if indeed it is being litigated in court, that issue, and there is no restraining order issued against the operation of such activity, my question is, can we, as local government, prohibit the operation of such activity in our jurisdiction?
Is that a question addressed to...
That's our question to ourselves. And
Okay.
therefore, I think that should be one that we should direct the city legal office to read up on, so that we could have a position, because we know that it will take a long time before something gets really finally settled in law. No? Because it will only be the Supreme Court who can finally settle it, and it takes a long time. So I think for us to undertake any action on the matter, our action should be backed up likewise by jurisprudence, so that we can act accordingly. Because if we believe that all activities happening in a particular jurisdiction such as ours, business activities for that matter, for example, would need a mayor's permit, then we should already take action on the matter. And our action should, of course, be likewise based on law. So may I move that we direct the city legal officer to read up on the matter, considering that it is still a pending legal issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's a motion to direct...
Second, Mr. Chair, but I would like to request amendment. We invite the city legal of next session to explain on this, kasi mahanapan sa kanila mga records si ma'am, and definitely ma-research ang ganyan, and to manifest next session. Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank
There's
you.
a motion to direct the city legal officer to read up on the matter, manifested by the Honorable Arroyo, and seconded by the Honorable Del Rosario and Castillo. Any objection to that? Approved. You mentioned, Mr. Jobet Ramos, that sa ibang lugar, it is only the provincial government which grants the permit.
No, sir. Actually, lahat ng LGUs, hindi na namin nire-require ang permit.
No permit from the LGU.
Yes, po.
Even the province may po kamong tighagad na
Wala po.
permit. Okay. Only the PCSO
Ang
ang
nag-i-issue po ng
mag-operate
authority.
without the grant of the
Nag-i-issue ng
permit.
grant.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So, any more question? Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, for the meantime, dahil man sila mga kahirero, corpio mabagang ko niyan.
Okay.
Kaya may permit sa Mayo, corpio man ko niyan. Pag dahil mo pati ang pig-implement, Mr. Ramos, saro ka sa dadakopon. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Kasi presidential directive eh.
Yes, sir. That's right.
You have to ensure na dayan magruluwas. Di ba?
It's a personal risk.
Yeah, that's your responsibility, being the implementor. Earlier, sinabi mo na ikaw nag-i-implement. Igdi sa Kamsur and Naga.
Yes, sir.
Pero we'll go to that later on. Kaya next week, we'll ask the city legal kung anong position. Then we proceed from there. For the meantime, they dapat maghiriro ta corpio. Di ba? And they are your responsibility. Pag naghiriro yan ta corpio, kabali ka sa malalagot. Likewise, pariwan sa mga barangay kapitan. Sinabi ba ng President Duterte, na ang welfare ka mga tao, responsibilidad ka mga kapitan. Kaya nga niyan mga ano baga, pigahagad kaya nagdo-double time ang mga punong barangay ta. So in this context, siguro araw kayo, Mr. Chair, we proceed from there kung next week kung ano ang kwenta. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lito Del Rosario. Honorable Salvador Del Castillo.
In consonance with what the Honorable Del Rosario have mentioned, under the enhanced community quarantine ordered by the President, we are required to observe home quarantine.
Home quarantine.
Yes. So, therefore, dahil dapat magpararuluwas ng mga persons not included in the exemption granted under that memorandum order issued by the office of the President. Otherwise, they can be penalized under an existing law on the matter. I believe Republic Act 11332 with regard to the health concern of the Republic of the Philippines. So, I agree with the Honorable Del Rosario na kung the PCSO being the one implementing this STL cannot escape from liability if they allow this person to loiter despite the presidential order to control COVID-19 in the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand na ang pag-operate po, ang pagkakaintindi ko po, ang pag-operate ng STL, nagtatao po ng tickets ang PCSO. So, ang mga pigtatao pong resibo sa nagtataya are recibos or tickets issued by the PCSO. Is that correct?
PCSO approved tickets po.
Yes, so PCSO approved tickets. Ang mga tickets po na iyan, ano po yan? At tinauna yan gabos sa operator or from time to time nagre-release ang PCSO?
Sa ngayon po ang printing is sa AAC pa.
Again?
Ang printing po ng tickets is being sourced by the authorized agent corporation.
Okay. Pero may record po, for example, ano ang mga tickets that are supposed to be sold in Naga City, for example, or in Camarines Sur? Igwa ka pong record kayan. So that you would know kung si ticket ba na pinabakal ay legal or not, according as far as PCSO is concerned. Can you enlighten us really how it is carried out? And am I correct na pag nagtaya ka po sa STL, tatawanan kang resibo, and ang resibo na iyan are issued by the PCSO?
Yes po, the issue once is being controlled by our head office. Meron pong kami tinatawag na STL monitoring group.
Okay.
So lahat po ng
kamo po ang
series.
nagpiprint? Kamo ba ang PCSO ba ang nagpiprint kang mga resibo?
As of now po, sinosource out pa ng may authorized printer po tayong NPO and may isa pa.
Okay, so for the operation in Camarines Sur, igwa na po bang mga na-issuing tickets to the operator?
Yes po, meron na po.
And therefore, since may mga na-issue ng tickets, posible na padagos manggiraray sindang magpataya. Ano po ang gigibon kang PCSO to ensure na daisindang magpapataya in accordance with the Enhanced Quarantine Directive? Kasi sa Enhanced Quarantine Directive po, if you are aware, ano po ang aputong ko lang kung leveled off kita, Mr. Chair, sa kang PCSO, kung ano ang understanding ninda kang implication kang si Memorandum Order sa operations kang PCSO. Ano po ang implication sa pagkakaintindi mo kang si Memorandum Order on Enhanced Quarantine Directive sa operations kang PCSO? Ano po ang implication?
With regards to that issue, ma'am, we will be guided by our head office. As of now po,
Mayo pa po?
Mayo pa po. As of now, may meeting ang Board of Directors and I guess they will issue a memorandum regarding that.
So mayo ka pong masabi sa muyangunyan, ano ang implication or impact or effect kani yung memorandum circular sa operations, for example, kang PCSO digdi sa Naga? Mayo ka pang masisimbag po kaya?
As of now po, wala po akong maisagot sa ngayon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mila Arroyo. Any more discussion? Honorable Elmer Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, kung may pa pong instruction based sa sabi ni Mr. Ramos, so, ang PCSO, bukas ngunyan.
Yes po, bukas. Bukas po ang aming office.
So, with the operation of the STL,
yes po, including Lotto and Kino. Pero may mga malls, inside the malls kasi nagsara na sila.
so, conflict po siya duman sa memorandum na home quarantine na binabawalan ang magluluwas except itong may mga trabaho and mabakal lang ng essential commodities. So yan sa measures tang dapat gibuhon, Mr. Chair, dahil pinuprohibit ang pagpara even nga ni itong pagtrabaho, limited na niya, pig-suspend na itong work from the executive. So, ano ta ang operation kang STL, dai suspended. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jobet?
Yes, Your Honor. We will get clarification from our head office regarding that. Kasi sa ngayon po, wala pa kasing specific instruction.
Okay. Sige po. I think it is clear that the members of the Sanggunian is just reiterating the national directive.
We understand.
Honorable Salvador del Castillo.
No copy of the subject memorandum order of the President. I will give him a copy so that he will know. And second, Mr. Chair, even the board of directors of PCSO cannot go against the order of the President. That should be clear. So, the order of the President in this time of emergency should be followed. No government official can go against that order of the President as of now. So, it's wrong to say na it will be deliberated upon by the board because it's already the President of the Republic who is ordering. I think that should be clear to everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will hand this memorandum order to Mr. Ram.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, so ang gustong sabihin po, mayo pang copy si Mr. Ramos kayang memorandum from the Executive Secretary. As of today po, except ngunyan na natawanan ka,
Actually, ma'am, yes po.
mayo ka pa pong copy.
Ngayon ko lang po na...
Ngayon ko lang po naraman. Okay. Ang question ko kaya bago Mr. Chair is ano ang impact sa PCSO, and I think tama man si Mr. Ramos magsabing mahalat akong directive. Kung mayo pong directive, ang question ko na lang, kung mayo pong directive kang PCSO, tutugutan mo po ang padagos digdi yung pag-operate kang STL sa Kamsur? Dahil mayo man directive ang head office?
I will consult with my superiors po.
Okay. Therefore, Mr. Chair, ang question ko tabi would be addressed now to Even Chance to ask whether they're still operating or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Question to Mr. Jobet Ramos, the Honorable Vidal Castillo.
Po kayo dito, kinonfirm nyo po na mayroong operation ang waiting dito sa Naga City. Gusto ko lang pong malaman ko sa inyo pong pagkaalam, nag-operate pa po ang waiting dito sa lungsod ng Naga?
Admittedly, sir, hindi po, we cannot distinguish po sa,
Hindi, kasi nung nag-appeal ka dito, ang lakas ng loob mo na i-ventilate na mayroong waiting. Ngayon nag-operate ng STL, wala ka nang masabi. Bakit noon ang lakas ng loob mo na i-ventilate mo mayroong waiting? Ngayon nag-operate na ang STL, ngayon wala ka nang masabi. That's unfair. Oh, baka gusto sabihin, nag-operate ang waiting sa lungsod ng Naga?
I cannot say that, Your Honor, because there are no.
Thank you very much.
Arroyo?
I think that was a very important question to the PCSO, Mr. Chair. Because previously, when Mr. Joel appeared to the Sanggunian, he was very specific also as to where, when, and who won in those lotteries, called weteng. Ang question ko po, tabi, Mr. Joel Ngunyan, mayo nang nagpapadala sa imong information kadto or igwapa? Kadtong dating mga information na sinabi mong pigpapadala sa imo, kaya nga pigsabi mo rin sa Sanggunian.
As of now po, wala nang nagpapadala sa ngayon.
Oo. Pero itong mga nagpapadala sa imo, bisto mo man ito, di ba?
There are different sources po.
Oo. Dahil mo ba pighapot itong mga dating nagpadarang ito sa imo, ng mga information kung ano, igwapa bang weteng?
Actually, that time po, ang mga information were volunteered. So, meron pong galing sa PNP, IG, meron sa R2, and sa mga kobrador mismo. So, I guess yung mga kobrador siguro nag-migrate into sa STL. So, that's why wala na pong information.
So, pero dahil ka man nagkaigwang pagkakataon that you ask itong mga nagpapadara sa imo kaidto nagsasabing wetting at this, wetting there, here, and everywhere, dahil ka man na naghapot sa inda, ano igwapa ba? Kasi I think as PCSO and enforcer of STL, which is the legal activity, dapat piniprevent mo itong illegal activity that affects the legal activity. Dahil ka man lang initiative na haputon mo girara itong nagpapadara sa imo ng mga information.
Ang info po is na STL na po yung yung pinapataya nila.
That's why. So, naghapot ka sa inda,
Yes po.
and then sinabi nindang mayo ng weteng.
Ang based dun sa mga inquiries po.
So, based duman sa information sa imo,
Yes.
mayo ng weteng.
Yes po.
So, basta sabi mo kasubago, mayo kang information whether may wetting or not.
Doon sa mga nagpapadala sa akin. Pero regarding sa wetting operation po, siguro police po ang
No, I'm
I see.
asking you, kasi may mga nagpapadara kadto sa imo, informing you of wetting, ngunyan, dahil ka malang interesado na maghapot, ano, igwapa ba? Ang question ko kaya is, naghapot ka ba duman sa nagpapadara na ito sa imo?
Yes po, pero yung mga natatanong ko sa ngayon, since ilang days pa lang operation, ang info nila is STL na sila.
Okay, so pero naghapot ka man, Tabi?
Yes po, yes po.
And ang information na nako amo is?
Lumipat sila sa STL.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mila Arroyo. So, I think the Sangguniang is clear that there is no exemption with the national directive.
Yes, sir.
And siguro mahiling mo po ni Mr. Jobet Ramos. If there is no more question to Mr. Jobet Ramos, we wish to thank and we appreciate very much for honoring the invitation of the Sangguniang, Mr. Jobet Ramos. Thank you very much. May we invite the representative from Even Chance Gaming Corporation. I believe the members also have questions to your presence. The Honorable Mila Rakit Arroyo has manifested that she has a question.
Ang question ko man lang really is, hunyan na aldaw, nag-send out na ba kamo to continue the operation of STL, which is your activity. Igwa nag-ano na po ba kamo niyan? How do you do that really? Baka kaipuan i-inform din siguro kita, Mr. Chair, kang how it is really actually implemented.
Good morning
Thank you,
po,
Mr.
Chairman. Good morning, ma'am. Actually po, kami sa STL po, naghihintay rin po kami ng directive from PCSO, ma'am. So, dahil wala pa po ngayon, so, okay, diretso pa rin po operation namin.
Okay.
Pero doon po sa, excuse me po, doon po dahil nalaman namin may curfew hours ngayon dito sa Naga, nag-a-adjust po kami ng draw time namin.
So yung curfew hour lang po yung hindi na kayo nag-ooperate. During the curfew hours, hindi na kayo nag-ooperate.
Hindi na po. Actually, ang last draw namin ngayon, ma'am, kasi is 8 p.m. So, magre-revision pa yon, umaabot ng 9. So, pasok po sila, kumbaga, papasok doon sa curfew time.
But outside of that, nag-ooperate pa rin kayo kasi wala pang directive ang PCSO. Ang ibig niyo pong bang sabihin, mas mataas ang PCSO kaysa sa directive ng Executive Secretary, which is by authority of the President of the Philippines?
Hindi naman po sa ganun, ma'am. Nag-adjust na po kami, sinabihan na namin yung mga tao namin.
Hindi adjustment po ang kailangan dito, di ba?
Opo.
Total shutdown. Because this is not one of the essential activities that should continue. Hindi po yan isa sa mga enumerated activities that should continue.
Sa personal ko lang po pagkakaintindi, ma'am, yung directive, pwedeng lumabas yung kung nagtatrabaho. Di po ba, ma'am? Pero yung ano po kasi, yung mga sales agent namin, yun ang pinaka-source of income nila.
Nabasa na po ninyo yung memorandum?
So far po, ma'am, hindi rin po. Wala pa po kami.
Kasi dito po ang allowed lang ay ito po, only those private establishments providing basic necessities such and activities related to food and medicine production. Example, public markets, supermarkets, groceries, convenience stores, hospitals, medical clinics, pharmacies, and drugstores, food preparation and delivery services, food preparation and delivery, food delivery po ang ibig sabihin, water refilling stations, manufacturing and processing plants of basic food products and medicines, banks, money transfer services, power, energy, water and telecommunication supplies and facilities shall be open. Ito, yun lang po ang open. So maghihintay pa po ba kayo ng directive from PCSO bago kayo sumunod dito? Yun lang po yung allowed na open.
Opo, ma'am. So, ipaparating ko na lang po sa office namin to, ma'am, para po makapagano rin ng sa PCSO. May padala namin to.
Sino po yung office na sinasabi po ninyo?
Yung pinaka-central office po namin.
Pero kayo po, hindi kayo makakapag-desisyon na hindi na kayo mag-operate dito because
Sa
of
ngayon
this
po, ma'am.
directive? So, ibig sabihin, tuloy-tuloy pa rin kayo?
Opo.
Okay. So, I think we should note this, Mr. Chair, so that we can also direct the PNP to pay particular attention to the operation of STL, which the franchises said they will continue. So, is the PNP also invited here?
Yes, but there is no representative from the PNP who came.
So, can we find out, Mr. Chair, why they are not here?
Maybe no? Perhaps Honorable
Can
Lito Del
direct-
Rosario.
Direct the Secretary to check.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I suppose, Mr. Chair, that they received the invitation. However, because of the adjustments kaning sa coronavirus, various checkpoints were requested by the city mayor to be in place by midnight, kaya siguro baka dahil sila naka-attend. I propose, Mr. Chair, that next week, once na nag-subside the coronavirus, then we discuss, ibalita na itong CLO, then PNP, and ining sa para paruan ang discussion tayo, Mr. Chair, kaning issue ini. So, for the meantime, Mr. Chair, I move that we defer discussion of this and we reiterate our invitation to the PNP next session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lito Del Rosario. Honorable Salvador Del Castillo.
Excuse the representative from Ibintan. I have a question with regards to the operation a private business entity in a local government unit. A while ago, I mentioned that under the local autonomy law, any business entity who will be conducting business within a locality should follow the ordinances subsisting in being enforced within that locality. Again, I've said that in the case of STL, they are not required to pay business tax. But they are required to secure regulatory permits from concerned local government units. And I believe that power is granted to local government units under Republic Act 71/6. So, my question to the representative is, Are you observing that provision of law in your operation? Thank you.
Mr. Zita.
Actually po sir, before kami nag-operate nung March 1, last February 20, nagpa-receive po kami ng letter sa mayor's office na we are applying for a mayor's permit. Ano po? Ngayon, pinaprocess po namin yung mga mayor's permit namin. Bawat punta naming department, wala pang go signal para magbigay. Willing po kaming mag-secure ng mayor's permit kung hindi man po magbayad ng regulatory. Pero bawat puntahan po namin, ayaw pa po kaming bigyan.
Okay. So, there is an application by
Yes, sir. Actually,
the
dala ko po yung
corporation
Opo.
to apply for a mayor's permit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, is there any more? Honorable Greg Abunal.
Wait po kayo sa Naga. May opisina ho ba kayo dito? May opisina o warehouse o may address po ba kayo dito sa loob ng Naga?
Ang draw court po namin is sa Magsaysay po, sir.
Kaya mayroon ho kayong ino-occupy na lugar
Meron po.
na para bang official address ninyo.
Meron po, sir.
Okay. Yung pong sinasabi ninyo na bawat puntahan ninyo kaya hindi kayo binibigyan, pag nag-occupy po ng lugar lalo ng mga opisina, dapat mayroon kayong mga permit from, may building permit kayo, may occupancy permit kayo, otherwise hindi kayo mabibigyan ng kasureko ng kuryente, things like that. Meron ko ba kayo noon?
Actually po, yung space na inupahan namin, existing na po. So, meron na silang electric supply.
Mhm.
So, kumbaga, in-improve lang po namin. Tapos, nag-apply na kami ng mayor's permit.
Kaya ibig sabihin, yung permit na yon, mga occupancy or electricity things, are doon pa sa inuupahan
Doon sa
ninyo.
owner po.
Sa owner po yung
Opo.
ginagawa ninyo. Sige, thank you.
Is there any more clarification? Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Well, Mr. Chair, this matter we cannot really fully discuss without the participation of the PNP, and considering that our priority is really on prevention of spread of COVID, that's more COVID-19, that's more urgent. So I second the motion of the Honorable Del Rosario to defer the matter until the next session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Zita, thank you very much for honoring the invitation of the Sanggunian. And the Sanggunian appreciates your presence this morning. Thank you very much. So, we move to the next item. But before that, the city administrator is around. We have deferred discussion of item number 3 of special business and order. Okay. So, item number 3. The rules are still suspended. We invite the city administrator.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
To reiterate, Mr. Chair, this is one of the actions that will be taken by the LGU Naga to address yung issue sa coronavirus. One of the most affected sectors, yung po ng mga tri-mobile drivers. Siguro mahapot ka mo, ano tri-mobile drivers lang? So may sentiment ang mga pag-iribata na to include other sectors, and we have to earmark so much amount of fund to cover. So, Sir Frank, yun po ng initial proposal. May motion ako sa bago na joint and collective motion. It was already seconded, but there was a suggestion that we earmark yung much amount to cover other sectors. So, yun po niyang kwenta. Okay. So, may we hear the comment of Sir Frank Mendoza?
Before Mr. Frank Mendoza, Honorable Del Castillo.
If, what the Honorable Arroyo is suggesting is that we just augment the appropriation for ICE under the CSWD, which will be the source of this grant to our to this sector we are targeting right now. So, what we will be done is augment the existing appropriation under the CSWDO. And from there, nakamabakal ding goods to be distributed to this targeted sector. So that's, I believe that's the essence of the suggestion of the Honorable Arroyo. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Miles Arroyo is requesting to amend the ordinance to change the words augment to augment the Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe it should, instead of an ordinance authorizing the grant, maybe an ordinance appropriating the amount of, that's why the city budget officer is here, to form part of the assistance to individuals in crisis situation under the CSWDO, to respond to individuals in crisis brought about by as our measure to respond to COVID-19. So instead of authorizing grant of social, we're appropriating chargeable against the surplus, 2019 surplus. And then, para general na ang authority kang CSWD, but also directing CSWD to report to the Sanggunian the sectors and the individuals who will be entitled to this assistance. So, para general ang satuyang authority, Mr. Chair, and it will be detailed through executive action later on. My question, therefore, to Mr. Frank is how much is available so that we can determine how much we can appropriate chargeable against the 2019 surplus.
Honorable Mr. Frank Mendoza.
Before I respond, let me just say that I talked to the city mayor a while ago, and the consensus between us is that we study first this specific proposal. Pero with the proposal that the amount be lumped under ICE, I think that would jibe with the suggestion that we study first, because yung mga 4-piece may nare-receive, mga queen, etc., baka may mga duplication. So better na mas madalan tayo si pag-distribute. Nga isa talaga nangangay po yung makareceive. But putting it under ICE would, I think, meet that condition. Let me also say that I am not cleared to say whatever amount. Dapat kaya executive magsabi kung pera. Pero personally, siguro 5 million would do. Pero just to follow the procedure, inform ko lang si Mayor na may araw kayo. Considering na appropriation ordinances should emanate from him. Ayun po.
Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Precisely, Mr. Chair, I drafted this proposed ordinance just to start discussion. Kasi yun yung sinahiling ko from my perspective. Dakot pang sektor, pero ini kaya pag dahil nagkarayod, talagang mayo ning kakakanon lalo na mga padjak drivers. Kaya medyo may bias sa padjak. Pero naintindihan ko sentiments kang mga pag-iribat and sa initial discussion Miki Mayor Nelson Subanggi, medyo matanga na nga niyan. Kaya siya ning amenable siya, and also to cover all the other sectors. Kaya siguro one common program, we lump the amount from the surplus, then let the executive mag-detail kung papaano. Aram tamang on top of the situation, kunyan si Mayor Nelson sa pera ni, even to the point of roaming around solo sa Naga just to check the checkpoints. Dahil aram kan mga kababayan, si Mayor Nelson nag-iikot sa Naga, minsan solo lang, mayanganing driver, just to check. Kaya aram kong on top of the situation siya. And I think he share our sentiments. Kaya, Sir Frank, thank you. At least may surplus kita.
Okay na.
Okay lang?
Do you have the amount?
Any amount, Sir Frank, as suggested? 5 billion?
Suggestion of the city mayor, the request would be 10 million.
10 million. Okay. That's good.
Charged
So,
against the surplus.
the wording, Mr. Chair, will be as presented by Councilor Miles, as propounded by Councilor Miles, and the amount will be 10 million. 10 million. So, on joint and collective motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so an ordinance appropriating 10 million to augment the AIX on joint and collective motion. Honorable Vidal Castillo.
Dahil kasi bago po, nipigpasar ni Kagawad Lito, alagad itong pondo 1 million lang. Kasubago, kaya pagpapunta si Sir Frank na ang pagtabang maray. Alagad naman sa pagtabang ng 1 million, mairiwal ang mga parapadyak sa syudad ng Naga, kita ang babasulon. Kaya tama lang po ng 10 million. Salamat po.
Okay, so I believe Honorable Vidal Castillo is very supportive of the amendment. So approved without objection. Okay, on joint and collective motion. Thank you, Mr. Frank. Pero kay Puan pa yata si Sir Frank duman sa mga masunod na ordinance. Do we take a break first? It's almost 10:30. So the chair declares a recess. 8,000 pesos for capital outlay. So for the disposition, Mr. Chair, may I proceed?
Please proceed.
Okay. On motion of the Honorable Baldemoro, seconded by Honorable Del Rosario, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to pass a resolution approving the annual budget of Barangay Mapolo for calendar year 2020 as embodied under Appropriation Ordinance 2020-01 involving the amount of 8,071,916 pesos. So move, Mr. Chair.
We now approve the barangay budget of Mabolo.
For items number 3 and 4,
Before that, the acting chair would like to
Yeah.
acknowledge also the presence of Ms. Marilyn Banyola, the barangay treasurer. Thank you.
okay.
Please proceed.
For the following items, Mr. Chair, item 3 and 4, these are SK budgets seeking a separate approval. I remember last time, Mr. Chair, during our regular session last week, we have sought the presence of the city administrator and deferred discussion of the matters, particularly the annual budget of the SK of Barangay Del Rosario. It's included in our agenda. So before I render the report of these items, may we request the presence, or should we first take up the item in the agenda?
Siguro, Mr. Secretary, please request the presence of Mr. Mendoza. Siguro, Councilor Rosales, we proceed to
Okay.
the
Item number 5 first, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated March 4, 2020 of Mr. Hernani Soron requesting for the passage of a resolution approving the charging of the unsettled obligations against the calendar year 2020 budget of Education, Scholarship, and Sports Office. These are payments to Villa Cáceres, reimbursement to SDO Naga City, and payment to Jollibee Enterprises for various expenses by the Department of Education. For the disposition, Mr. Chair, may I proceed?
Please proceed.
On motion of the Honorable Elmer Baldemoro, seconded by Honorable Albios, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to pass a resolution approving the charging of the unsettled obligation last 2019 with the ESO, and the same shall be charged against the current budget of the ESO. So move, Mr. Chair.
Before the final disposition, Councilor Del Castillo, Councilor Abonal, and Councilor Arroyo in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Zain. Just want to be clarified dahil nahiling ko na previously this amount was charged against the Special Education Fund. Similar to the one contained in the audit observation or the audit observation memorandum of the Commission on Audit. So I noticed that ESO is very fond of doing that. It's a charge sa ICF, pag na-disallow, ibabalyo sa general fund. Can that practice, Mr. Chair, be stopped? Dahil I believe it's not proper fiscal management. It's not a proper fiscal management. If a certain expenditure is not allowed under a specific fund, that should not be charged to that particular fund. Dapat duman sa pwede siya. Sige, ganun nagja-juggle ka kitang pundo hindi yung Mr. Chair. Pag na pwede sa ICF, i-just charge sa general fund. It's not a good financial practice, Mr. Chairman. So, can we call the attention of that office to desist or stop that kind of malpractice? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. We take note of the suggestion of Councilor Del Castillo. Siguro, before we wrap up this item, we'll make the necessary motion. But we hear first Councilor Abonal. Sir Greg.
First, Mr. Chair, may we just verify what those expenses were and where they were originally charged?
Mr. Chair, the expenses for the said request, first, the amount of 7,200 for the payment to Villa Cáceres Hotel for the accommodation of invited guests during the opening ceremonies of the 2019 Inter-Barangay Sports Fest last May 2019 at JMR Coliseum.
May we know whether that was charged originally to SAF?
I believe so, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, the said amounts were manifested by the head of the ESO as originally requested to be charged under SEF but was not allowed. So they have the city accountant suggested that to charge it under general fund.
Can we have that verified? I did not think that they were originally charged to SEF. I think the reason was na-closean na naman yan ng charging because of late submission ng mga documents. I would defer action on the matter until we have verification whether repetition na naman ito kadtong pig-warningan ni Councilor Del Castillo.
Okay. Sige. Before Sir Buddy. Councilor Miles. Thank you, Sir Greg. Councilor Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the manifestations earlier made by Councilors Del Castillo and Abunal. And I'd like to manifest another thing also. I read from the facts and findings that the second request or the second expenditure item is being requested for funding or appropriation because the documents were lost at the accounting office. How did that happen?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Nani Soron yesterday said that one of the reasons kung taano ta nade-delay dahil itong sa SDS personnel kang DepEd na nahuri or requested by city accountant. So, yun po yan ang rason kang delay. Iyo po sasabi ni Mr. Nani Soron.
Ma'am Tain, pakibaba ka siya.
Yan po, Mr. Chair, baka sa pag-ibo lang ni minutes, yan po kaya sa pag-minutes lang po siguro, but I don't remember anything manifested by our head of ESO that anything was lost. Ang sabi niya, sa pag-minutes po siguro, kang sa tuyang secretary. Pero I remember may man pong sinabi na nawara. Ang sabi niya, they tulos na i-aasikaso kang DepEd so documentation kay itong papers required by the city accountant.
Thank you. Councilor Baldemoro. Sir. Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayo po akong girumduman kasugma na sinabing nawara si Papeles. If I remember right, Mr. Soron just said na na-delay lang si pag-process and na-closean siya kaya nagre-request siya to charge on the current account of the ESO ini pong mga papers na ito.
So, is there a motion to strike that sentence from the record?
the chair of the committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that observance by our good councilors. They ko po na-reparo when I was reviewing the minutes, the report. Pero I would like to move that the said sentence be stricken out of the committee report.
Before that, just to vouch for the acting chair also would like to manifest that we indeed did not hear the ESO chief say na nawala si document. Sige. Councilor Del Castillo, sir.
Kanahiling ko si request. Pati palan gasto kan division office, fixed charge sa tuya, general fund. Look, number 2, reimbursement of SDO, ano yan SDO? Division of City School?
Schools Division
Office.
Officer.
Registration fee. DepEd Regional Founding Anniversary. Interdivision Basketball Tournament. Ano tayo charge sa City Government of Naga? Also number 3, payment of Jollibee Enterprises. Payment of purchase of basketball uniform used in the 44th DepEd Regional Founding Anniversary Interdivision Basketball Tournament. Why is it being charged against the City Government of Naga when DepEd has the fund? So I move, Mr. Chair, that we defer consideration of this matter.
And we ask Mr. Soron to be present.
Yes. Why?
Okay.
Why? Are we subsidizing the division office? The maintenance of the division office?
Sige. Is that a formal motion?
Yes. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before that, Councilor Arroyo. Thank you, Councilor Badi.
Actually, that's also my reaction, Mr. Chair. That means that there was no previous appropriation for this purpose. Kasi yaon nga ni sa SEF, and they are the ones who decide what to spend on SEF. Therefore, it's the first time that we are being asked to appropriate for this purpose. And if we are to appropriate in support of DepEd operation, let it be on substantive matters, Mr. Chair. Duman sa mapunta talaga sa edukasyon kan mga kaakian. Taigwa mapagasindang MOOE. Kung ma-supplement kita sa indang MOE to support them, it should be on matters that directly go to the improvement of the quality of education kan sa itong mga kaakian. So, para sa Mr. Chair, rather than deferring this, I move that we disapprove the charging of this matter against our general fund.
Would it be okay that we hear first Mr. Soron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next session. Or later today, or next session. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo. Thank you, Councilor Miles.
In the first place, I agree with you, Honorable Arroyo. These expenditures was incurred without an approved appropriation. Therefore, it is illegal. It's an illegal disbursement. So we should not participate in any illegal disbursement.
Okay, thank you. But
We cannot cure that, Mr. Chair, by appropriating this amount charged against general fund.
thank you, Councilor Badi. But would it be okay to hear first Mr. Soron before we finally act on the motion of Councilor Arroyo?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilor Rosales.
Yesterday, hinaputaman po kang committee si Mr. Nani Soron if kaibanan iyan sa appropriation in the last year and kung igwang inclusion sa PPNP ninda ining mga expenses na ini. Ang sabi ninda, igwa daa. So, tig-approve mi po dahil kaibanan da po sa indang yes, Mr. Chair. Ang sabi ninda, I remember na binago ninda sa indang PPNP to include those expenses.
Thank you.
Yan lang po, Mr.
Okay. We ask the presence of Mr. Soron in today's session. Mr. Secretary, please request Mr. Soron to come over. Siguro we temporarily defer consideration of this item. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
can we defer consideration of this item for the next regular
Next session, okay.
so that we can invite the issue head to shed light on why they are incurring obligation without appropriation.
So we defer consideration of this item for next session, and we invite Mr. Soron. Next item, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the honorable councilors. For the next item, another letter from the head of the Education, Sports, and Scholarship Office requesting for the passage of a resolution approving the charging of the unsettled obligation to calendar year 2020 budget of the ESO. This is the payment to Ms. Janelle Bernice Barbosa, who was awarded a resolution by the city government of Naga for winning the 2019 International Math Open for Young Achievers held in Singapore last September 2019. For the disposition, Mr. Chair,
Please proceed.
on motion of the Honorable Lito Del Rosario, seconded by Honorable Del Baldemoro and Mr. Bong Responde, NCPC representative, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sanggunian to pass a resolution approving the charging of the unsettled obligation for calendar year 2019 of the ESO to Ms. Janelle Bernice Barbosa, chargeable against the current budget of the ESO. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Any second? We approve. Next item.
Item number 7, letter dated February 28, 2020 of Mr. Paulo Joshua Sarmiento, SPA Coordinator, requesting financial assistance. Financial assistance for their participation in the upcoming performance assessment of SPA in Arts and Design Implementing Schools in Region 5 at Legazpi City. The disposition, Mr. Chair, was to consider the item as smooth and academic because the event was already conducted. Next item, Mr. Chair, letter dated March 6, 2020 of Ms. Angeline De Leos, requesting financial assistance for their participation in this year's World of Dance Manila on March 14 at the University Theater, UP Diliman, Quezon City. The same disposition as number 7, Mr. Chair. The event was already done. This matter was considered as smooth and academic by the committee. Item number 9, letter dated February 2020 of Mr. Kevin Joshua B. Fortuno, first-year student of Ateneo Dinaga University, requesting financial assistance as delegate to the Asia World Model of United Nations in Bali, Indonesia. The said requestor was invited 2 times already by the committee, and his presence was not around on the said 2 meetings, so the committee resolved to recommend to deny the request for lack of interest. So moved, Mr. Chair. For the last item, undated letter from Mr. Jeffrey Agna, band vocalist, requesting financial assistance for his participation in the 3rd annual Rock and Ink competition to be held at Cabangan Sports Complex, Zambales, this coming February 15. The item was considered moot and academic because the event was already done. That ends my report, Mr. Chair.
So the last item is considered moot and academic.
Moot and academic.
Thank you, Councilor Rosales. I now turn over again the...
Before that, Mr. Chair, we have the presence of the City Budget Officer, Acting City Administrator, regarding the SK budgets, which are requesting for separate approval with the Sanggunian.
Thank you. Before we hear that, before we hear Mr. Mendoza, Sir Greg, do you have other concerns?
Ikaw pong sarong disposisyon na
Absent. Thank you.
Sir Greg?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I also observed the said mistake in the report. In fact, in the first part of the report, it is noted that the Honorable Albios is absent because he is also on self-quarantine. Kaya lang, sa pag-minutes lang po siguro, Mr. Chair, katong Secretariat, na ilaag po si Honorable Albios na nag-second kayitong disposition ka committee.
So, we correct the...
We like to correct, probably it was Honorable Valdemoro who seconded the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Oying. Pero, Councilor Oying, may nadamog pa ako sa ugma na another name, bagong konsyal. Hindi ko lang masiguro kung si Say kanto. Ito ang mayo sa minutes. Tuloy pigahanap mi. Okay. Thank you. We proceed to Mr. Mendoza.
Perhaps item number paano ba? Item number 11 muna. Paano yung duwang report?
The 3 SK budgets.
So for the 2 items on the report,
two.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that this be taken out of the committee and be tackled after we discuss the item number 11 of the SK budget of Barangay del Rosario, Mr. Chair.
So we take that out from the committee and discuss this with the plenary. Okay. So I now again relinquish the mahapot ka. Okay. Sir Frank, regarding the SK budget, yesterday we deliberated on I think 2 SK budgets from Kararayan and Mabolo. Yung nauna yung Del Rosario. My opinion na SK budget should not be separated with yung barangay budget. What's the position of the city budget officer on this matter?
First of all, Mr. Chair, my apologies because I was not able to furnish the Sanggunian with the circular governing the SK budget. It's a joint memorandum circular number 1 series of 2019 issued January 23, 2019. Guidelines on the appropriation, release, planning, and budgeting process for the SK fund. This circular provides that the budget for the SK should be appropriated by the Barangay Council in lump sum. And the amount should be turned over to the SK account within 5 days from receipt or from the availability of the said fund. And it should be kept in an account wherein the signatory would be the chairman and the SK treasurer. As for the approval, it would follow the same sequence as the barangay budget. So it would be a separate approval process distinct from the budget of the barangay.
Any observation from the members of the Sanggunian? Yes, Councilor Greg, Councilor Abunal, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Tripulca, in that order.
Yan pong barangay budget na ipigsa-submit sa Sanggunian, igwad yan yung mga page na nga work and financial plan, senior citizen, itong igwang para sa yung mga statutory requirements sa mga percentages. And then the budget office certifies that these have been provided by the barangay. Manubagang kabali naman ng sa sarong page attachment kang barangay budget, yung SK budget. Pag nag-certify naman ng si budget officer na provided kan barangay ang 10% to the SK, then it already appears in the submission kang barangay. If there must be separate statement approving the barangay the SK budget kang barangay, then let it be just a separate statement made by the Sanggunian. Pero sana sabay na, otherwise we multiply, we take another hearing for 27 times para sa mga SK barangay. SK budgets. Pag-submit kang barangay, gwa naman bagang page dyan indicating the budget of the SK. Kaya nga ni nakaka-certify ang budget officer na na-meet na sa requirement. Kung kayo po as circular, kung kayo po na separate statement, then we make a separate statement. But we sit down only once to review the entire barangay budget, including the SK. And we make such a recommendation to the Sanggunian. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Abonal. That's clear. Councilor Arroyo, ma'am.
Chair, I support the separate treatment that should be given for SK fund, so that we could also really look at closely the plans of the youth in our city. I think that's one of the purposes for that separate process. But my question, Mr. Chair, from the budget officer, what is there authority by the barangay council over the approval of the budget of the SK?
None, Mr. Chair.
So in other words, it will not be subjected to the approval of the barangay council.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Considering that the SK program is also under the leadership or should be under the administration, the authority of the barangay captain or punong barangay, does it mean that it will therefore not be under the authority of the punong barangay? The activities of the SK that will be contained in the SK fund budget?
I can only speak insofar as planning and budgeting of the SK funds is concerned. Based on the circular, SK is given autonomy as to planning, allocation, and utilization, even the safekeeping of their own funds. As to the jurisdiction of the barangay captain over the SK, I think that's beyond me. Pero siguro, logic would say na dapat may coordination ang dua. Dahil mapwedeng separate entity ang SK, distinct from the barangay.
Yes, exactly. It should be really clarified, Mr. Chair, because those are the consequent questions that will be raised, possibly to be raised. But like I said, I support this direction, Mr. Chair, so that we will also, we as the approving authority, may also be able to see how the funds for our SK will be utilized by the youth in our city. So it's really very important. I support this particular direction. In which case, Mr. Chair, can we go to the budget of the SK that we are considering? I just have some questions.
Mr. Chair, there are 3 budgets of SK barangay SK councils pending with Sanggunian. First, last week we
No, the one that we already approved, we don't anymore go back to that. But the one contained in the report, can we go to that?
I think the first one was yung barangay
last
Del
week,
Rosario.
I'm not sure if we already approved
We
it.
already approved it.
Okay.
Yes.
And yesterday, during our committee hearing, Kararayan and Mabolo.
Approved na ito. May we check with the secretariat manifested that it is not yet approved.
Okay.
Del Rosario last week.
But is it being presented today?
Yeah.
No.
Item number 11.
Okay.
It's item number 11.
Okay. So the one included in the committee report, Mr. Chair, can we go back to that?
Okay. We have 2 now under consideration, but before we proceed, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence in the gallery of our City Mayor, the Honorable Nelson Ligacion. We also have Ma'am Bel Vargas, the Department of CSWD, who happens to live sa Kabaligan, I think Kabaligan, or Pili, and Mr. Nani Soron of ESO, and Sir Bok Milyari. Exempted sa quarantine si Ma'am Bel because very important ang ano niya. Okay? We go back. Under consideration today are the budgets of SK budgets of Kararayan and Mabolo. Early on, last session, we initially discussed the SK budget of Barangay Del Rosario, but we did not act on that pending clarification by the City Budget Officer, Mr. Mendoza. So we go back to these two items today. Councilor Arroyo, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it is clear that a separate resolution approving the SK budget should be passed. So that's clear to us. And therefore, it should be treated separately by the Sanggunian. Separately doesn't mean separate from the budget of the barangay. We can look at it all together, but treating them separately. So that's clear, Mr. Chair. My question, I just read something in the program of the budget for Barangay Mabolo. I just want to clarify, what is search and destroy?
Dengue. I think that's the campaign against dengue. Dengue. Search and destroy.
Search and destroy? Because it said HIV and AIDS awareness, mental health awareness, Hearts and Mind Seminar, early or teenage pregnancy, Operation Tuli, Search and Destroy. What is it about?
I think, ma'am, yung search and destroy pertains to anti-dengue. Operation Tuli refers to yung
Yeah, we know Operation
But
Tuli.
cleanliness and beautification refers to yung sa barangay-wide campaign.
So we're sure of that? That's what it means?
Yes.
Search and Destroy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the barangays are aware of the said terminology of the anti-dengue program of the city.
Okay. So Search and Destroy pertains to the anti-dengue program.
Yes.
Yes. How about, Mr. Chair, I'm not familiar with the terms. How about Mediatol? Mediatol making contest? Is that Mediatol? And Stadart making contest? What is it? Mediatol and Stadart? What are those things? The last line in the
Standard.
what's Mediatol? Mediatol making contest, and then Stadart making contest. What are those? Stadart making. Yeah, okay. Can we Alam mo na yan? Can you know from the...
I think yung sa Mediatal, di ba? And Standarte. The other one yung Standarte. Yeah. Standarte. Kung tama ang recall.
Mr. Chair, we can check with the actual budget passed by the... submitted yan. Yan po. Yan po dyan ang details katong program. Sa AIP po, gayon din tayo. Yan, may mga details yan.
Search and destroy. Pakibalik, Search standard.
Mayo, general lang ang...
Environmental protection.
Yung search and destroy, ma'am, nandoon nakita ko dengue. Okay. So, any more? Councilor, thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Tripul ka, ma'am.
Just a query, Mr. Chair. So, should we still continue the practice and status quo wherein the SK budget is simultaneously submitted to the SP for review since it is still part of the 10% budget of the general fund of the barangay? But then, we will still treat it as if it's separate, meaning we will provide two separate resolutions for the two different budget.
Okay. Actually, that was the point of the rationale. The hearing should be conducted jointly with two items to be discussed, barangay budget and SK budget. But it should be done in one setting.
Yes,
Otherwise,
in one
we'll be
setting.
calendaring another 27 budgets for different.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other concerns? Is there a motion to finally approve? Sir Frank.
With regards to the proposal that the SK budget and the barangay budget be considered simultaneously, we have no question with that, provided that the SK budget went through the process mandated under the joint circular. Ito pong Sarabayan, kaya lang, Mr. Chair, ang problema kung nahuri si SK, naka-standby lang si barangay budget sa Muya. Sangon niya po, tulo pa lang, in fact, 4 pa lang, may saro pong pending sa Muya, 4 pa lang ang barangay na may SK budgets, all the rest marayo pa. Ang iba kaya ang problema, kulang sinda. Kulang na si SK. Kulang si membership. Manang quorum.
Anong quorum? Sige. Thank you. Councilor Del Castillo, sir. Dahil ko nagtaas si Kapot si Councilor Wani.
Mr. Chair, actually, garo, sort of suggestion. Para daiman pabalik-balik sa sanggunian, kung magsararuan na lang. But, ngunya na daw ki budget officer na ikaw mga barangay na kulang ang composition kan SK Council. So, therefore, pag mayong quorum, dahil pwede mag-transact ng business. Siguro, Mr. Chair, except for those barangay na medyo masakit ang sitwasyon, itong mga kompleto, siguro pwede tang in the submission of the barangay budget, kasabay na si details kan SK budget. And in the approval resolution, we will indicate that the approval of, it's a separate, in one resolution, there is an approval of the barangay budget together with the approval of the SK budget in just one resolution. Para sa laruan lang. Siguro separate whereas explaining why the reason why we are approving the barangay budget, and another whereas explaining our reason for approving the SK budget. In that process, sararuan lang si pag-agikan barangay budget together with the SK budget.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Sir Frank, siguro once in a while may mga meeting ka man sa mga barangays. Siguro please echo the sentiment of the members of the council as far as consideration of the budget of barangay and the SK budget. Last comments or from Councilor Arroyo before we dispose of these 3 proposed SK budgets.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang sa kuya, Mr. Chair, really is to challenge our youth, no, the SK. Kasi pigtatawanan po, you are given 10%, specific percentage of the budget of the barangay, even for the city, no. Tano tamalaag ka mong, for example, tano tamalaag ka mong, why will you get something from your 10% to allocate to programs that are already funded? Like, halimbawa, Operation Tuli. Ikaw po ba kitang general na Operation Tuli sa Naga? Talalag pa nindo ang fund nindo dyan. Dapat ilaag na nindo duman sa which are not covered by existing programs, which you believe are important para sa pag-develop ng mga jóvenes. Ang purpose po kayan is not really basic services, no? Ang purpose kang 10%, I believe, is to strengthen and prepare the youth to be the next leaders of our nation. Saan po yan mahihiling sa budget na 10%? No? Gapos ini pa nga basic services, are we not providing for these in our regular program? Ini mga programang inilayaan po yan sa regular programs kang local government. I think we should challenge our young people. Ang 10% po is para isiguro, no, na ang mga jóvenes mo niyan, iyan ang matitibay na mga masunod na leaders kang sa tong nasyon. To focus your 10% there. And everything else, ponduhan. Kasi these are all regular programs kang sa tuyang local government. So I'm addressing this to our SK Federation President. I believe our SK Federation President is, I can see in her a good future leader of the city. And I am hoping na ang arog kaiyan na kumbaga paghiling ay mai-reject niya sa kadakla ng mga jóvenes kang syudad, because I'm sure dakulon din ang pareho niya sa satuyang syudad. So let us look at your 10% as that, no? As that little fund, dikit lang po yan, pero i-focus po nindo duman sa makakasiguro talagang magkakaigwa mga future good leaders ang satuyang syudad. These are all run-the-mill programs of the city. Why are you putting your 10% there? But since yan po, nayaon sa indo ang pagdidesisyon kayan, all we can do really is to challenge them, Mr. Chair. Sinda ang mga desisyon, and we're hoping that they will decide in accordance with the purpose of that fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Mila Raquel Arroyo, Councilor Abunal, Councilor Del Castillo, and Councilor Tripulca. For the final motion, for these three budgets being presented, for the budget of Cararayan, Mabolo, and Del Rosario. Councilor Oying Rosales, sir.
Mr. Chair, the city budget officer told me earlier that the correct term should be resolution declaring the said budgets as operative and
Operative in its entirety or operative in part or inoperative in its entirety. Being the reviewing body.
So may I move that the Sanggunian declare the budgets of the SK budgets of Barangay Mabolo, Cararayan, and Del Rosario as operative in its entirety. So move, Mr. Chair.
We declare the SK budgets of Mabolo, Cararayan, and Del Rosario operative in their entirety. Thank you, Sir Frank. Thank you, Councilor Rosales. Yes, Councilor Arroyo, ma'am.
I move that we include in our resolution that we just passed the observation that was expressed by this representation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For the final form of the resolution, may I request the Secretary to include in the whereas the sentiments of this August Chamber. I now relinquish the chair to Councilor Oying Rosales.
Thank you, Honorable Lito Del Rosario. Can we go back to the item rendered in the committee report with regard the request of the head of the Education, Scholarship, and Sports Office? We have the presence of Mr. Hernani Soron to clarify the request of charging the said obligations to the current budget. The rules are suspended. Honorable Del Castillo. Pwede pong pa-flash itong letter ni Mr. Hernani Soron sa inotal.
Mr. My previous motion is to defer consideration of this matter for the next regular session. That was my motion a while ago.
So, do we defer or would you like us to take this up now?
So bago, baka may urgent concern si Mayor. Mayor.
Honorable Valdemoro.
I asked the Mayor, Mr. Chair, and Mike Mandang.
Okay.
Yan lang siya.
Okay po.
Mr. Chair, regarding the motion of the Honorable Del Castillo, since po yaon naman lang si Mr. Nani Soron, baka pwede ito nang i-consider.
So what is the pleasure of the Sanggunian? Anyway, Honorable Mila Arroyo.
The movement earlier to treat the matter in the next session was Councilor Del Castillo, but we approved it. May I know from Councilor Del Castillo what will be achieved in the next session that will not be achieved now, given the fact that Mr. Soron is already here, so that we can reconsider if there is an urgency to reconsider the earlier disposition of the Sangguniang Panlungsod. May we know,
Mr. Chairman, when I made that motion, Mr. Soron was not around. So that was approved. That motion was approved. But I just want to know whether if this body reconsiders, then we avail of the presence of Mr. Sol.
Okay. In fact, there was an earlier motion to deny the request. So, despite that, the presence of the Mr. Nani Soron was requested by the acting chair earlier. So, may we take this up now? Honorable Mila Arroyo.
My earlier motion, which was not considered because there was a motion to defer, which is a primary motion. My motion was to deny the request. The basis of my motion was one, there was no appropriation for this purpose in last year. The appropriation was under SEF, which is not the decision of the Sanggunian. Therefore, as far as the Sanggunian is concerned, there was no appropriation for this purpose. Is that correct? May we first clarify?
Please answer the query of the Honorable Arroyo. Mr. Hernani Soron.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable members of this august body. The request of the division office of Naga City to charge probable expenses under the SEF for the holding of in their participation to the 44th DepEd Regional Office Founding Anniversary Inter-Division Basketball Tournament was charged against SEF under the item of physical education and school sports. So there is an appropriation for that under the SEF.
Yes.
So the two items, item 2 and item 3, was charged against SEF and PES. But when we process the payment of the said obligation, it is also clear in my manifestation yesterday during the committee hearing that during the pre-audit of our city accounting office, they deem it proper to instead charge the said obligation against the general fund, believing that in their judgment it will not pass the post-audit analysis or evaluation of the COA Naga City. So we have to follow the recommendation. In fact, in the recommendation, it was written there that non-chargeable against SEP, it should be charged against general fund. For that item 2 and 3, Mr. Chair.
My question, Mr. Chair, was when the obligation was incurred, di po ba bago kita magbayad, nagdidesisyon na kita i-incur yan? Di po ba that means a decision for appropriation? Igo po ba kitang decision for appropriation bago pa na-incur ang expenditure?
Yes po.
Sa naka-appropriate tabi iyan?
Sa SEF po, under the physical education and school sports item.
Exactly. Therefore, since bako po ang sanggunian ang nag-appropriate for expenditures chargeable against SEF, there was no appropriation for that purpose. Di po ba? Di po ba? And therefore, when that was incurred, there was no appropriation.
So, in my request po, the charging, the transfer of charging from SEF to general fund, in consideration of the pre-audit observation of the city accounting office, we adjusted the PPMP of our office in the ESO Sports, and instead we have an allocation or budget allocation for that under the ESO Sports, under the unsettled obligations item.
So therefore, the request is for appropriation. Di po ba? You are requesting for appropriation. So it's the first time that we are appropriating. And my position earlier, Mr. Chair, is if we are to appropriate in support of the activities of DepEd, let it be on matters that directly impact on the education of our children, on the quality of education of our children. So, ang issue na naman kaya, digdi, Mr. Chair, is tinugutan ta na kaya yan. Di po ba? Tinugutan ta na. In fact, SEF nga ni ang pink charge yan. But, ang SEF po, yan, it's not within the appropriating authority of the Sanggunian. It's independent. So, di man pwedeng sabihin na tinugutan ta na yan. We did not. So, it's for the first time that we are deciding to appropriate for that purpose. That's why I made that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The item number 2 and 3 was included in the SEF budget of. However, Mr. Chair, during the pre-audit of our City Accounting Office, they po allow to charge on the SEF. So, the remedy is to charge in the ESO, not in the SEF. Kaya, iyo po yan si nangyari. And since po there was a prior approval for granting the payment, ang ginigibo po ngunyan kang ESO is nagre-request sa Sanggunian to charge the said account on their current budget. So, hindi po kaya, kumbaga, may prior approval na to pay for these expenses of DepEd. So, kunyan po, nagsisingil na ini yung nagsisingil na. So, iyo po yan ang request kang ESO is for the appropriation to charge the said account to the current budget of ESO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Del Castillo.
I support the position of the Honorable Arroyo. Why? First, Mr. Chair, these items 2 and 3, if we will look at the provisions of the local government code on the use of the special education fund, that items are not included. What stated there is sports development, not the participation of DepEd personnel for their department's activities. It's a different thing from that authorized under the local government code. Second, since there is no appropriation last year under the general fund for this purpose, it falls under illegal disbursement. And I will not participate in any undertaking authorizing the charging of this under the general fund when at the time it was incurred, that was considered as illegal disbursement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm inclined to support yung observation of Councilor Del Castillo. However, Mr. Chair, nadangog ko si Mr. Soron na nag-seek siya ng guidance from the accounting office. So, pigtaan naman siya ng guidance kung paano mag-proceed. Ako, na-risa ko talaga, dahil man connected sa kuyan dyan sa funding that will fall under the SEF, no. Kaya lang as department head nag-seek man siya ng guidance and sa hiling ko tama man si opisinang nahaputan niya. Kaya lang siguro at the back of our minds diyan kay atong audit observation findings na nainot na baka yun na naman ang mangyari kani. So definitely, si Mr. Soron cannot be solely faulted igdi sa kaya ni. And I think ang point now is, as pointed by Councilor Arroyo, appropriations. not yung charging kung saan paman. So kung tama si pakaintindi ko, we need to appropriate amount. So why this sa tiga, ano,
So is there a motion to appropriate any amount? Honorable Baldemoro?
Mr.
other basis or iba pang literature to back up our para sa ruruan lang ang ano ta kani ang decision ta. Siguro Mr. Chair, we defer consideration of this, then we pass the necessary legislation if there is a need next week. So I move that we defer consideration of this matter.
Okay. And if we will be seeking any supporting basis, do we need to seek any comment from the budget office or city accountant? Okay. So can we refer this to an appropriate office instead of deferring this just for next week? Okay. So this item is deferred to next regular session. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez Soron.
Thank you po.
Is there anything else?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We move to the next item.
Can we go now to item number 4 of the SPO?
Yes, item number 2 of unfinished
The
business.
proposed ordinance of the Honorable Silito S. Del Rosario, co-authored by Honorable Elmer S. Baldemoro, further prescribing measures to minimize the risk of transmission of COVID-19 virus by prohibiting owners, operators of computer, internet shops, and cafe, billiard halls, and other entertainment centers from accepting or allowing minors or persons below 18 years of age any time of the day, providing guidelines in handling minor offenders, and imposing penalties for violations thereof.
Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, let me point out paragraph number 3 of section 1. After na magkaigwaning o isuspend si mga klase saka si mga graduation, etc., we found out na si mga aki rayao na sa mga computer shops, internet, billiard halls, daitakot kang si ano ni. So although ang Department of Health nagsasabi na ang COVID-19 nagtatama lang siya ang age bracket na prone itong mga maedad na, pero still dahil nagtitiripon yung mga aking ini, may possibility na kaya. And we need to have proper guidelines sa pagko-corpus sa SEDA. So naisipan niyo po ni Councilor Baldemoro na to come up with the clear guidelines on how to handle minor offenders. Sa context kaning declaration ni President, mabilison po ang mga pangyari ngunyan, and mabilis man nag-a-adjust po ang si Mayor Nelson saka sa ang incident management team to implement ining ano, and we need to give them the necessary backup legislation para mas ma-enforce pang tultol. So we're proposing, Mr. Chair, ining pasunod-sunod dyan, yung prohibition, the duty of the officers, yung penalties, penalties po kanina first offense is reprimand. Then yung section 5 specifically deals on the handling of minor offenders. So naka-state po yan dyan, ang pasunod-sunod. We all know that the City Mayor issued Memorandum Circular 2020-02 dated March 14 in consonance duman sa national directive ni President Duterte. So this pertains, Mr. Chair, to minor offenders hindi sa Sarikanaga. So kumayo naman, Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the proposed ordinance.
Any second? There's a objection or query? Discussion of this matter. Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that we include in the deliberation of this subject matter item number 8 of the special business order, which is the proposed ordinance of this representation, adopting or declaring a community quarantine over the territorial jurisdiction of the city of Naga as a preventive and preemptive measure to fight the spread of COVID-19. The subject matter, Mr. Chair, are related and in fact not the same. In item number 8 is not only these establishments, okay, but all establishments. Therefore, we have to deliberate how will we be treating memorandum, the memorandum from the Executive Secretary dated March 16, 2020. So can we treat the subject matter together, Mr. Chair? Because if the purpose of this proposal by the Honorable Del Rosario is to prescribe a protocol of handling minors as a consequence of the directive, then it should be what is contained and not just a prohibition, because the prohibition is on all establishments except those enumerated under section, under number 5, enumeration number 5 under memorandum, under the memorandum of the Executive Secretary. So can we treat the matter together, Mr. Chair?
There's a motion to treat item number 8 and number 4 simultaneously. Any second?
Second.
This matter will be treated simultaneously for its proper deliberation. So any more? And Honorable Del Rosario.
Paki-plus man.
SBO 8, it's not yet in the computer.
I thought, Mr. Chair, Councilor Miles
proposed ordinance.
already prepared the proposed ordinance for this community quarantine. Oh, you were talking about the memorandum of...
Okay.
It was my understanding kasi, Mr. Chair, that a separate ordinance for this purpose was already prepared by Councilor Arroyo.
We can go through each of the provisions, Mr. Chair, because my proposal is adopting the pertinent provisions of
okay.
the memorandum from the Executive
Okay,
Secretary.
Mr. Chair, to expedite discussion, pakibaba. I move that we adopt items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not really 7. Although yung movement of cargos within, to and from the entire Luzon will be part of the ano. Yan, tin pakibaba pa. Okay, so these items, Mr. Chair, that I stated will form part of the first part of the ordinance. Ano? The second, yung tin pakibaba giraray. Yan na yan. The Department of Social Welfare and Development and Department of Labor, in coordination with the Department of Finance, Department of Trade and Industry, shall formulate programs, projects, and measures for the social amelioration of affected workers and residents of the area, subject of the enhanced community quarantine. These measures may include, but not limited to, moratorium on lease rentals, advancing prorated 13-month pay, reprieve in utility bills, and assistance to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. I propose that we exclude this from yung ano, kasi dahil man sa applicable. CSWD, yes. Okay. Then, the DSWD is further directed to institute measures to expedite the distribution of food assistance to the most affected residents of the... Probably we can also consider that. But this proposed ordinance, duman po ini sa earlier declaration during our special session last Saturday when we declare curfew in the entire Naga City with some reservations duman sa final form as manifested by Councilor Baldimoro. So we drafted a separate ordinance to specifically to handle minor violators. So siguro, Mr. Chair, if the good Councilor Arroyo would agree, the final form of the ordinance will be an ordinance adopting yung declaring community quarantine for the by the executive secretary. Then further, including as provisions doon sa pag-handle ng mga minor violators duman sa last part of the ordinance that will be prepared. So, I'm amending, Mr. Chair, to to yung for the adoption, as we really adopt, and of course mai taning sa minors ta. Okay, thank you.
Sige, Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Yes. I think for clarity and ease in implementation, I believe two ordinances must be passed. The first one proposed by Councilor Del Rosario, but will focus mainly on the protocol for handling minor violators. Kasi yan si pinaka-purpose talagang gusto tang masimbagan, mapakitang simbag dyan, paano yung handle si mga minors particularly. So we can pass a separate ordinance, even siguro itong bakong mga minors, kasi igwaring simbag, igwaring question na itong mga violators na adult, anong gigibuhon, no? Kasi ang directive po sa national is there will be no arrest and imprisonment. Ang gusto sabihin, enforcement, no, halimbawa nag-violate kang quarantine, sige niyang libot-libot dyan, di siya ikukulong, no? Iuuli siya sa harong ninda. So itong arog kaiyan na very specific guidance, I think it should be contained in that ordinance that the Councilor Del Rosario is proposing. So the protocol for handling violators, particularly minors. But there should be also a separate ordinance declaring declaring community quarantine over the territorial jurisdiction of the city of Naga. Ang question ko, Mr. Chair, because earlier the city mayor issued an order, I think that was dated yesterday, March 16. The first paragraph of that order says that residents of Naga City coming back to Naga City are allowed to come in until 11:59 p.m. of March 18. That's until tomorrow. So I think we have to clarify with the city mayor that particular matter.
Yeah, yes, I do so also, Ms. Honorable
Yes, because
Arroyo.
it will really result in confusions. Remember, after the special session, Mr. Chair, dakulo nagaharapod sa tuya, ako I couldn't grant any radio interview kasi iba sa interpretation ko, pero iba man sinagluwas na ordinance. So, ako makasimbag publicly duman sa mga interviews as to what really the import of the ordinance that we approve.
Yes.
So I think we have to discuss the matter with the city mayor, and I think before we end the session, it has to be clear with the mayor. So if we can invite the city mayor for request an executive session with the city mayor so that we can pass the necessary measure.
Okay.
So, may I move, Mr. Chair?
We will invite our city mayor for an executive session before the end of this regular session.
How about this one, ma'am? Can we approve this now? Okay, so we approve in principle. So on second reading, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve on second reading the proposed ordinance by this representation and Councilor Elmer S. Baldimoro as stated. further prescribing measures to minimize the risk of transmission of COVID-19 virus, providing guidelines in handling minor offenders and imposing penalties for violation thereof. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Kylie Tripulca.
I second that. However, for clarity purposes, Mr. Chair, so as to address relative queries about that matter, maybe we can stress that we limit ingress and outgress from neighboring municipalities. Even so, if they are accessing basic commodities here in our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tripulca.
And clarify that in the second resolution ordinance as proposed by Councilor Mila Raquel after our discussion with the City Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Tripulca.
Thank you, Honorable Del Rosario. So, any more discussion on the proposed ordinance? There being none, the ordinance of the Honorable Lito Del Rosario and Honorable Elmer Baldemoro is approved.
On the matter.
Yes, including the deliberations on the matter. Okay. Next item. Honorable Baldemoro.
Mr. Chair, before we proceed, may I seek reconsideration to the order of business by including as item number 9 of the special business or order a letter from the City Mayor requesting for an allocation of 200,000 pesos per barangay or a total of 5,400,000 pesos to be charged against the Barangay Support Fund in connection with the declaration of enhanced community quarantine.
Any second to the motion? Inclusion. Okay. And SBO 9.
Yes. Another, Mr. Chair, just received a sudden news pertaining to Barangay Kagawad, Arlene Cayetano of Tabuco. So may I include, Mr. Chair, item number 10 of the SBO, a resolution of condolences to the bereaved family of the late Barangay Kagawad, Arlene Cayetano of Tabuco.
Also included under SBO as item number 10. Okay. Approved. Next item.
Item number 5 of the SBO, the proposed ordinance of the Honorable Elmer S. Baldemoro prohibiting hoarding and panic buying of basic commodities and essential supplies in times of emergency, crisis, disaster, or other similar situations in Naga City.
Proponent, Honorable Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know, some of our residents are now in panic buying, and we want to avoid that, as well as the hoarding of basic commodities and essential supplies. So, may I move, Mr. Chair, for a passage of an ordinance prohibiting the hoarding and panic buying of basic commodities and essential supplies in times of emergency, crisis, disaster, or other similar situation in Naga City.
Any second to the motion? Honorable Mila Arroyo. Yes.
Mr. Chair, may we know definition of hoarding and panic buying in that ordinance? How is it defined?
Letter C.
Letter B.
Section 4, letter C.
Panic buying is abnormal phenomenon where consumers buy basic commodities grossly in excess of their normal requirement, resulting in undue shortages of such goods to the prejudice of less privileged and disadvantaged consumers. So isa'y tabi in that ordinance ang ma-determine na ang pagbabakal ay grossly in excess and si isa'y ang ma-control.
Honorable Baldemoro.
Can we see that in the ordinance?
On Section 5, Mr. Chair, the regulatory measures,
the Local Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, or as special body created by the LCE?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Shall be determined. Okay. It shall be determined by the... It shall be determined. Yeah, po. Such number of goods per day. Individual consumers may only purchase limited number of goods per day. Such number of goods per day shall be determined by the council or a special body created by the LCE.
So the enforcement of this ordinance will depend on the determination of the Local Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council or a special body created by the local chief executive. Therefore, this is not immediately implementable. This ordinance will not be immediately implementable until we have such determination of what goods are to be limited, the limit to such goods. So this ordinance is not immediately implementable. May we know what is the time frame given to the local disaster risk reduction to make such determination?
Honorable Baldemoro, please answer the query.
No provision on the time frame, Mr. Chair. However, since na ngunyan po, as of today, there were already a panic buying. So I am suggesting for each approval so that the local chief executive could give the instruction or the Naga City Disaster Risk and Reduction Management Council could implement these regulatory measures.
Okay, so may I suggest under letter A, section 5, a time frame? Maybe we should already remove or a special body created by the local chief executive. Because what if the local chief executive doesn't create? Are we mandating the creation of that body? Are we mandating the creation of such body? Why are we making an alternative enforcement mechanism?
Honorable Baldemoro,
Yeah,
you can answer the query.
Mr. Chair.
Since created na ang Local Risk Reduction Management Council, baka yun na lang lugod to.
Sige po.
Oo. And then, we prescribe a specific period from the time of the declaration of emergency or calamity within which the LDRRMC will submit such recommendation as to the number of goods and what goods. So baka lagan ng tatabi.
I am amenable, Mr. Chair.
Letter B, kiisay tabi ma-register si mga retailers. Kiisay sinda mahagad ng permit bago mag-avail ng higher quantity as to how much they will purchase. Itong mga retailers na iyan, sa sinda mahagad ng permit. Kung guraano or guraano kadakol ang sa indang babakalon.
Honorable Baldemoro.
Ako, Mr. Chair, it's really very important na maipasate ini. Pero baka tawanan tang at least siguro ang opportunity ang committee na lamanan inining detalye, baka ang kaipuanta is magpasa ng resolution calling upon everyone. At least iyan, pwede ta natulos mapasar, maapil na kita sa inda, hanggang data na papakaray ang detalye ka ini. Kasi it's really important na makapasar kita ng arog ka ini, Mr. Chair, but we have also to see the implementation of this. Kaya po ang detalyado as in my guide na ang pag-implement ka ni. Otherwise, the public will be expecting and yet we cannot enforce it. So, if the Honorable Elmer Baldemoro would consider, ano tabi ang, can we go to the prohibited acts? Pataasan ta daw po tabi.
Section 6.
Pangduwa, itong pag si panic buying po, tsaka hoarding, dahil man mag-result sa shortages. Di po ba? Is it not prohibited? Kasi ang sinabi, resulting in undue shortages. Kung tayo man pala mag-result in undue shortages. Second, si isay ma-determine na igwa ng shortages. Is there a separate declaration? Si isay ma-declare kayan? The mayor lang or sanggunian pa rin ba? Tapos, kung si hoarding po, dahil man ma-create ng hike in the prices, are we not, is it not one of the prohibitions? So, ito pong mga questions na iyan. I really support the passage of this ordinance, Mr. Chair, but those details we have to consider kasi kita po ang haharap po itong kaiyan para sa enforcement. If we don't provide sufficient guidance for the enforcement, this is a very important measure. Ano po ang effect kani, ang impact is far-reaching. We really have to look at this very carefully, but also expeditiously. So baka tukawan ta po tukawan ta with Councilor Baldemoro, maski po siguro during recess, silingon ta si mga detalye pang kaipuan kani, because I really believe this is urgent. But we cannot just pass it, Mr. Chair, na mayong klaro sa mga detalye, tahahapotong kita ninda.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So your proposal is to defer?
Defer temporarily, Mr. Chair.
Defer temporarily.
Yes. And in the meantime, we can already pass, I think, a resolution calling upon everyone, both sellers and retailers. In fact, the DTI, I would like to commend the Department of Trade and Industry, Mr. Chair. They already moved very fast. They have issued instructions to the different grocery stores na nagsabi po sindang, dai ka mo magpabakal ng more than 2 alcohol bottles in every customer. So that's really very swift action of the DTI. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is that also a resolution commending DTI? So,
Mr. Chair.
defer temporarily?
Yes, I am amenable and for the resolution for as long as the purpose will be achieved. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So this proposed ordinance is temporarily deferred. Honorable Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though this ordinance is temporarily deferred, but are our existing laws on hoarding in times of declaration of calamity not sufficient to answer the needs or the situation right now? Because I believe that there are existing laws that once a place or a particular area is declared in a state of calamity, there are mechanisms which are already in place. And in fact, it imposes a higher penalty for those for violators. So, yan lang yung gusto ko maaraman, Mr. Chair, because there might be no need for us to for another legislation to answer the needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, would you like to answer the query, Honorable Baldemoro?
During the committee, since this was already deeper, Mr. Chair, we'll just answer during the committee hearing or in the plenary.
Okay, so we move to the next item. Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
Before that, Mr. Chair, I would like to seek reconsideration of the order of business. I would like to propose that we pass a resolution requesting all the drug stores to refill maintenance medications for our patients and honor senior citizens discounts even without prescriptions. Mr. Chair, pag-lockdown ta, mayo nang kayo nakakalaog ng mga commuters, ano? And most probably they accessible ngunyan si mga doctors, may mga clinic because ngani and most probably igwaning mga instances na baka nag-expire na si mga prescriptions or si iba ito mga senior citizens, si mga ID ninda baka pano-pano na and mayo kitang skeletal force na available na ma-issue ning bagong ID, baka pwede tang hilingon ini na baka bakal ang senior citizen or ito ning iwang prescription, maka-access ning medisina sa drugstores, dawa na kuya na si mga si mga si mga booklets ninda.
As long as there is an idea.
Yeah, basta i-present lang ninda si booklet, ipiling ninda sa sa drugstore, tangaring maka-access nila. Nahihiling ta ni Mr. Chair kasi igwa mga pigpasang mga information si Councilor Albius from Dr. Caceres na siguro pwede taman ma-addressan sa ngunyan through a resolution. So urging the drugstores to refill medications and to provide yung sa sa mga senior citizen na filled up na sa indang mga booklets para maka-access giraray na rin ko yan. So with this, Mr. Chair, I move that we pass the resolution calling upon yung mga drugstores
Urging.
Okay.
Honorable
I so move, Mr. Chair.
Jose Ranyola.
Limit this to those maintenance medicine, not new ones, especially to those that are not being sold as over-the-counter medicines, because this is quite dangerous.
Only those
Maintenance medicine.
Any second to the motion? Second? Second. To discuss further, Honorable Salvador del Castillo.
Hapot ko, Mr. Chair. Igong mga regulated drugs na dai talaga ma-dispense sa drugstore without prescription. And I believe na except siguro naman sa mga maintenance medicine, igong mga bulong na pag nag-prescribe pag nagtaoning resita ang doktor, sa pagtubod kan doktor, abot lang duman sa period na ito dapat i-take kan pasyente. Pag nagsubra ka duman, baka igwanan danger duman sa pasyente. I think na dapat mangyari araw kayan. Because we will be putting the lives of the individual at risk. Baka ma-overdose. Anong malay ta? Kung tutugutan ta sa ng pagparapapakalan si mga pasyente kaya. Siguro limit lang duman sa maintenance medicine.
Of senior citizens.
Very specific lang siguro.
Senior citizens lang to, ano?
senior citizen sa kaluman sa iba.
Okay. Honorable Valdemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could
Thank you.
we defer temporarily the discussion and pave way to the request of the City Mayor?
Okay na, Mr. Chair. Na-discuss na naman, may nag-second na. Malamang garong ibang hapot. So, para tapos na ining...
Is there any more discussion to the proposal of the Honorable Del Rosario? Urging
maintenance medicines.
urging drugstores in Naga City to allow purchase of maintenance medicines of senior citizens without the booklet.
No, those booklets na filled up na.
Filled up booklets.
Kasi skeletal force ba kita? Baka mayong tao duman sa ma-compromise man si mga senior citizens. Maintenance lang. Kasi one month baga kita?
Allow purchase with discount for senior citizens. Okay.
Okay?
Is that clear? So that is included under SBO, because you move for the reconsideration of business.
Yes,
SBO.
And I move for the approval of adoption of said resolution.
Okay. It was duly seconded. Any more discussion? And without objection, the same is approved.
Recess muna kita, Mr. Chair. Yaon si Mayor sa...
So, there is a request to take up something. Dana? Okay.
Move for a recess.
Chair declares a break, a recess. This session is resumed. Next item.
Item number 6 of the special business. No, ma'am. Another.
We have number 8, the memorandum from the Executive Secretary, the resolution adopting. Yes, Honorable Miles.
Mr. Chair, on the memorandum issued by the Executive Secretary on authority of the President of the Republic dated March 16, 2020, I believe, Mr. Chair, that this is self-executory. This should be implemented. No need for any legislative measure adopting it, Mr. Chair. This is for execution. Considering that this is for execution or implementation, the Chief Executive is charged with the implementation of this memorandum from the Office of the President. Earlier, Mr. Chair, I have read an issuance of the Chief Executive saying that residents of Naga City returning to Naga City may enter Naga City until March 18, 11:59. That is the interpretation of the executive as the implementer. I do not agree, Mr. Chair, with that interpretation because I believe that if it is lockdown, it's lockdown. It's particularly to limit movement and prevent spread of the virus that we are trying to avoid. But like I said, that is an implementation within the ambit of the authority of the executive, so that even if I do not agree as member of this legislative body, that is outside the ambit of our authority. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I do not agree, that is outside the ambit of the authority of the Sanggunian, considering that there is already a legislative measure coming from the Office of the President, that there is nothing left but implementation as to how that is the ambit of the executive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So there is no action proposed by the Honorable Arroyo.
There is no need for any legislative measure.
Okay.
The memorandum issued by the Executive Secretary is for implementation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Miles Arroyo. So we move to the next item.
Item number 6 of the SBO, the proposed ordinance of Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro prohibiting the publication and use of false reports which may endanger the public during times of emergency, crisis or disaster, or other similar situations in Naga City.
Honorable Baldimoro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, may I move for passage of an ordinance prohibiting the publication and use of false report which may endanger the public during times of emergency, crisis or disaster, or other similar situation in Naga City.
Any second to the motion? For the discussion, Honorable Del Castillo.
Observation, Mr. Chair. Though I see the wisdom of this, but what will be the connection of this with the present health emergency?
Please
Because
answer.
If there is no connection, I believe that this should pass through the usual legislative bill. I believe that only ordinances which will address the present situation should be approved in one session day.
Honorable Baldimoro, please answer the query.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We are now in time of emergency, and any false information or any information that that is not true is prohibited in this ordinance. So ngayon po ba, particularly on the social media, kadakol mga information na pinapaluwas. So we must be aware kung arin itong totoo or dae. And for this, the purpose of this ordinance, para po ma-prohibit itong mga sigilang paluwas ng information na dae man valid or dae man totoo. And kung ano po ang relation with the current situation, dakula pong maray ang connection dahil ngayon po ang mga tao nagre-rely lang on the information na mga pigpapaluwas kang sa tuyang gobyerno. So any information na dahil pinaluwas, nag-post ka that will cause an alarm, sanction po kaning ordinance.
Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Yes. I likewise support the purpose of this ordinance, but I agree with the position of the Honorable Del Castillo. To my mind, Mr. Chair, maharapot din ako like the earlier ordinance, proposed ordinance that we deferred. Paano ta siya i-implement? Paano ang actual na pag-implementar kani? Ano yung when do we consider it false? When? Kasi pag sinabi ta po bagang false, kaya po may basis din kita kang truth. Noorin ma-come out ang truth na iyan. This is really very important. That's why, like my earlier position in that proposal, I support this, but we cannot pass it right now. Ngunyan ko, di ko pa po ngayon nahihiling ang ordinansang ini, di ko pa siya nababasang maray, no? Pag nagpasar po baga kitang ordinansa, pag may naghahapot sa tuya, gabos kita kayan, maski pa ho kita si author, gabos kita dapat magsimbag as in mag-defend kang ordinansang iyan, unless in the approval, nag-object kita. Pero ngunyan po, I have no basis for objecting. I support this, but I cannot really fully defend this, kasi di ko pa po nababasa. If the Honorable Baldemoro would agree, i-refer ta po sa committee with the request from the committee na kung pwedeng matukawan tulos. But ini po nga it would also involve na hagadan ta rin ng comment itong ansa to yung publiko paano nang udigdi. So makakanda kita kaya ning hearing na iimbitaran ang pwede ring mag-contribute kan sa indang kaisipan digdi, which we cannot do under the present situation. So baka i-defer ta muna, Mr. Chair. Our laws are sufficient for this particular purpose. Pero magayon din pong igo din paghiro ang sarong local government towards this direction. That's why I support the passage of this ordinance. But not now that we have not really actually looked into the details of this ordinance. So if the honorable proponent would agree, i-refer ta po muna sa committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why I calendar it as urgent because of this current situation. However, Mr. Chair, I am amenable to refer this to a particular committee, including the first ordinance.
Do we refer this to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances? Honorable Abunal?
Sir Chair, earlier I heard certain committee hearings scheduled for the week being suspended. Kung i-refer po ni sa committee, no rin po ini tabi meeting.
Depende po kung anong committee.
Can I just verify sa mga committee chair, magpapamiting po ba tayo ngayong linggo? So no committee meetings this week?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Iyo po, dahil po kitang kasiguruhan kang mga invited guests, yung mga iba tapang maaratindir. Okay, secondly, Mr. Chair, dahil pag-iraray clear sa Kuya Tabi, if I may ask, ano po ang status kang attendance kang staff, counselor staff ta? Ako nagtugon na po ako duman sa opisina, asa duwa man sa nasinda dyan, na mag-stagger na sila ni attendance.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Honorable Valdemoro first.
Mr. Chair, siguro po magkaigaw kita ng common consensus whether or not magkakandak pa kita ng committee hearing. And then, pandua, Mr. Chair, on the query of Councilor Abunal, being the head of his office, so kita manggaro itong may discretion on our staff. So, kita na po itong bahala kayo ito. So, baka pwede ito ng pag-ulayan, Mr. Chair, whether we will conduct a committee hearing or not. Para po may common consensus kita.
Siguro depende kung mapaabot ang committee chair, kung kisa ipig-refer. Honorable Del Rosario. Honorable Del Castillo.
This representation, Mr. Chair. Primero, dahil man kita pwedeng, kita-kita sana. We have to invite resource person. With this situation now, it's quite impossible. We should respect the issuance of the office of the President.
Okay. So, let's just refer this to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances. Next item.
The letter dated March 17, 2020 from the Honorable City Mayor requesting authority to allocate 5.4 million from Barangay Support Fund for maintenance and other operating expenses to augment the resources of the barangay and providing preventive and responsive measures to fight COVID-19.
Honorable Valdemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move on joint and collective motion the passage of an ordinance allocating 200,000 pesos per barangay or total of 5,400,000 pesos chargeable against the Barangay Support Fund for the maintenance and operating expense of the 27 barangay of Naga.
Honorable Del Castillo.
A while ago, we are discussing this matter. And do I support this measure? But I believe it's premature now that we pass this ordinance today. First, we have to determine which barangays have not yet availed of the 500,000 pesos we have allocated. Dahil sinaka-avail na, kung tataantang sa ramang 200,000, makakalamang. Like Mabulo, tinaanta ng 500,000. Tataanta pa sinda ng 200,000. 700,000 na sa enda. It's unfair to others. Determine tango na si Isayan nakakuha na, si Isayan daipa, ito anta-anta. Para sa ramaan pag-tratar sa gabos na barangay sa Naga. Thank you.
Honorable Beltran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Base po si pag-urulay Subago, si mga barangays pong nakakuha ng katong 500,000 like si Mabolo po, si 200,000 pong itatautangon yan, chargeable na po to next year. Bali po, makukuha na lang ni the next year, 300,000 na lang. Ayun po to si Urulay para po mataawan si gabos na barangay.
Thank you, Honorable Beltran. Honorable Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the proposal to support our barangays. However, Mr. Chair, since the support is specific for prevention and response to measures to fight COVID-19, baka si sadit na barangay, Mr. Chair, sadit man lang. Like for example, Dinaga sa Diton, 200. Ang Concepcion Pequeña, 200. I think dahil siya, bako siyang just, bako siyang equitable. So baka dito sabihin na 200 per barangay, baka bahala siguro ang city mayor kung ano sa hiling niya ang mas tama. Considering ano rin ang proposal na gigibuhon kang barangay. Siguro bako lang siyang tatawanan ta si barangay, kundi ma-submit siguro si barangay ano ang proposal niya na dai niya magigibo niya given the assistance na pwedeng maitao kang city sa ngunyan. So baka dahil sabihin 200 per barangay, no? Depende sa distribution kang city mayor, but that is the fund that we are giving for barangay support fund 5.4, and depende sa kung anong isasubmit na activity kang barangay as determined by the mayor as the implementer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Arroyo. Honorable Baltimore.
Mr. Chair, based on the meeting a while ago with the mayor, the punong barangay agreed to purchase a rice at NFA, and they seek help from the city for the purchase. So this 5.4 will go to the purchase of rice to NFA. So ang city man po giraray itong ma-facilitate for the purchase of this. And kung iniisip ta po na this is not the right time, baka po this is the right time dahil may mga proseso pa po. We understand na all municipalities ma-line up at NFA. So dapat nakalinya na kita dahil baka dahil pa man yan outright na mai-release ato. So kung ang intention po kang mga punong barangay is to purchase for a sack of rice, so i-facilitate na po ang approval so that makapacilitate naman kitang pagbakal sa NFA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sige, Honorable Del Rosario.
That we pass an ordinance appropriating 5.4 million to be charged against the Barangay Support Fund. The distribution of which and the determination shall be done by the Office of the Mayor.
There's already a pending motion on joint and
I
collective
second, Mr. Chair.
by the Honorable Baltimoro. Yes. So, do we... Anong maray ka ni? Honorable Del Castillo.
I will not object to the passage of this now, but we should delete that provision that 200,000 pesos per barangay.
Okay.
That should not be included. We just appropriate the amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, on joint and collective, Honorable Mila Arroyo.
We are charging it against the barangay support fund. In other words, there is already that fund.
Yes.
So why?
Allocating? Yeah. Is it not appropriating, right? It's not appropriating, allocating.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is a allocation on our
Resolution
annual budget,
allocating.
500,000 pesos per barangay in the barangay support fund. So, ngunyan po, out of the 500,000 allocation per barangay, nag-request si mga punong barangay na ang 200,000 gamiton ngunya na emergency.
The authorizing the charging, meaning there's already a fund allocated for that, there's already a budget, but
Yes.
we are authorizing the charging specifically for the purpose of fighting COVID-19.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Del Castillo. Yes.
In our annual budget has a special provision that it will only be the 500,000 will only be spent for capital projects. So if we will be using that portion of that fund, we should amend that special provision so that we can access this fund for other purpose other than the original intent of our 2020 appropriation. So it's not an appropriation of 5.4 million. It's not an authority to charge against that appropriation, but an ordinance amending our annual budget, that particular special provision, so that we can access this fund to be used for other purpose. I think that's the logical way of accessing that.
Okay.
That,
so is that a separate ordinance from
Yes.
the resolution to
Yes.
charge?
It's an ordinance. So an ordinance is necessary to amend an existing ordinance.
Kaya i-amend ta muna, then we...
Yes.
No.
Then, okay. Sige.
That amendment will now authorize the use for other purpose other than the original intent
Okay.
of
So on joint
our
and
annual
collective? So an ordinance to amend the specific provision under the annual budget to allow the charging other than capital outlay on joint and collective. Next item.
The proposed resolution of condolences to the bereaved family of Barangay Kagawad, Cayetano.
Resolution of condolences, Honorable Baldemoro.
On joint and collective motion, Mr. Chair.
On joint and collective, a resolution expressing condolences to the bereaved family of Kagawad Arlene Cayetano. Honorable Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, we've heard these reports regarding the death of the untimely death of Kagawad Cayetano. We would like to request a written report from the Emergency Medical Management Services of Naga as to what transpired in their action in the call for the ambulance.
Written report.
Written report.
So we request the Secretariat to coordinate with the
Kasi under yan ni Dr. Sanchez of the City Hospital.
Sisi ang hagadan report, the City Hospital?
Dr. Sanchez, the head of the City Hospital, concurrently the head of the Emergency Medical Services of Naga.
Okay.
So,
Dr. Sanchez. Okay. The Secretariat is so directed to request the written report from Dr. Sanchez. Next item.
Item number 2 of the unfinished business. The letter of the City Mayor requesting for an authority to amend the deed of absolute sale entered into between the city and Mr. Jose Raimundo and Tita Rianto relative to the acquisition of their respective properties in Barangay Balatas.
Authority to refer to the Committee on Housing.
Committee on Housing. The letter dated March 11, 2020 from Mr. Richard Ringas, Branch Manager, EGMPC, transmitting the revised alteration of plan in compliance with the parking area equivalent to minimum of 5% of the gross area of Memorial Park in compliance with HLURB's rules and regulations for Memorial Park Cemetery under Rule 3, Section 1FS, and also the additional road network at expansion project.
Refer to the Committee on Land Use.
The letter dated March 11, 2020 from Police Major Van Layosa, Acting Chief Traffic Enforcement Unit, Naga City Police Office, submitting his recommendation and assessment on the viability, roadworthy, and durability of the Star 8 U-Trike electric transport.
Refer to the Committee on Transport.
The letter dated March 10, 2020 from the Nasil Gaya President, submitting Nasilgaya resolution allowing the immediate family of City Hall employees as principal or as co-borrowers to a housing loan for Janville Subdivision Phase 2 in Barangay del Rosario, a low-cost housing project of the city government for City Hall employees.
Referred to Committee on Housing.
The letter dated March 5, 2020 from Mr. Jose Blas Henson Jr., Regional Administrative Officer, Jamaica Realty and Marketing Corporation, submitting certificate of completion issued by HLURB for Cockville Subdivision in Barangay San Felipe.
Housing Committee, Mr. Chair.
Referred to Housing Committee.
The endorsement from the Acting City Administrator endorsing the Memorandum of Agreement entered into between the City and the Naga City People's Council relative to the continuation of partnership in the pursuit of local autonomy for 2020 for ratification.
Honorable Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, yun na lang na paghahalatang document. I move that we ratify the said document.
Moved and seconded to ratify the Memorandum of Agreement between the NCPC and City Government of Naga. Without objection, the same is approved.
The letter dated March 5, 2020 from Attorney Rebecca Grace Maraño, Attorney to City Legal Office, requesting for ratification of the compromise agreement between the city and the respective landowners of properties affected by the Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road.
Honorable Vidal Castillo. Moved and seconded to ratify the compromise agreements entered into between the City Government of Naga and the respective landowners relative to the Calawag San Felipe circumferential road. Approved without objection. Next item.
The letter dated March 5, 2020 from the President of Maranao Guild for Solidarity, submitting documents for their application for accreditation.
Refer to Committee on People Empowerment.
The letter dated March 9, 2020 of Mr. Roderick Reforzado, Bicol Central Station Manager, submitting the details of action taken and assessment result on the performance evaluation of Balatas Recycle Facilities Workers Cooperative.
Refer to Committee on Environment.
Environment. Number 12, the letter dated March 9 from Mr. Rodolfo Bise, President, Naga City Urban Poor Federation, submitting the details of approved financial assistance to the Federation for year 2020 amounting to 1.568 million.
I move, Mr. Chair, that we refer the matter to the Committee on Housing.
This matter is referred to the Committee on Housing.
The report of the joint hearing of the Committees on Laws, Ordinances, Reorganization, and Appropriation.
Honorable Salvador Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, I remember that last regular session, we have an agreement that we will adjourn at 12 o'clock noon. But considering that 12 o'clock have already passed and we have already discussed several matters after 12 o'clock, I move that we that my report be recognized.
Your report is acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the committee report of the Joint Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Reorganization in the Committee on Appropriation. Item number 1 is letter dated March 3, 2020 of Bisano the City Mayor, requesting for the passage of an ordinance creating the plantilla position at the City College of Naga in compliance with the recommendation of the Commission on Higher Education for recognition as Higher Education Institute. May I go direct to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Nawala si disposition. What? Just a moment, Mrs. Chair.
Page 4.
Yeah. Sorry for the disruption, Mr. Chair, but medyo dahil napakaray si pakamasahe ka na yung report. But the wordings are in order. Disposition on motion duly seconded, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to refer the matter to the Board of Trustees of the City College of Naga and further request the City Budget Office to submit its recommendation in budget estimate for the creation of positions in the City College of Naga, assigning salary grade 22 for the President Administrator. In connection with this matter, Mr. Chair, and the request, item number 2, the City Budget Officer has given me a copy of their computation with regard to the creation of position for the City College of Naga together with that of the Office of the Treasurer. So I will tackle first the creation of position for the City College of Naga since we are only on item number 1. So, Mr. Chair, for the City College of Naga, we will be needing a total amount of 1,496,900 pesos for the creation of 3 positions. The position of the President, assigned salary grade 22, Librarian 1, assigned salary grade 11, and Nurse 1, salary grade 11. I've not seen the exact rate per month of these positions, but what was submitted by the City Budget Officer is the lump sum amount. So if the body will agree, I will move that we appropriate or pass an ordinance creating the positions of President of the City College of Naga, salary grade 22, Librarian 1, salary grade 11, and Nurse 1, salary grade 11, together with an appropriation pertaining thereto to cover the calendar year 2020. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Del Rosario.
Although, Mr. Chair, I'm a member of the Committee on Laws and Ordinances, I was absent during the committee hearing. But I'm suggesting that we elevate yung salary grade ng President ng City College. If we'll consider yung President, kung President siya, President and not /Administrator, Kasi ang require kang Commission on Higher Education is that yung mga universities, colleges, dapat may president. Ang administrator, Mrs. is, ano yan eh, iba yan sa president. Kasi ang president, iguaning ang appointment niya naagi sa Board of Trustees, etc. etc. May requirements talaga dyan. So I suggest na kung ma-fix kita ng salary for the City College of Naga President, we make it salary grade 25. Kasi ang salary grade 22 is only for division heads sa LGU Naga and other LGUs. Pagkaintindi ko eh. Bago ako natapos haling PSO, salary grade 25 ako eh. Ngunit kung ang President ng City College of Naga will only be holding the position with salary grade 22, medyo hababa man yan. Second, yung administrator Mr. Chair, suwayman, di ba may suwayman na sweldo yan? Kasi ang administrator, dawa na nagtapos ka na kan sa imong term, nag-serve ka na sa ibang agencies, ang designation mo is as an administrator, but not as president. So, yan ang kaibahan kaya. Kaya dapat mayo isang slash. So, kung mabugta kita ng president kang City College of Naga, salary grade 25. Kung administrator lang, kung ang administrator is in compliance with the CHED memorandum, then salary grade 22. Yan ang sa pagkaintindi ko. By the way, dahil man ako interesado na mag-president kang City College of Naga. Iyon lang po yung masasabi ko.
Mr. Chairman, as an answer to that issue raised by the Honorable Rosario, the recommendation, the position as contained in the recommendation of CHED states that we should create the position of President bar Administrator. There is no specific mention that we create the position of a President and also with an Administrator. That's what contained in the recommendations of CHED. That's why the committee have agreed that we just assign salary grade 22 to that position. I cannot overrule the decision of the committee, joint committee hearing, Mr. Chair. I will just abide by the decision of the committee.
Mr. Chair, I find it strange na ang CHED ang masabi na President is last administrator. Otherwise, mayo lang sa buong Pilipinas, para aspire ng President, ma-aspire lang sa administrator. Because ang administrator, hababa ang requirements kaysa kang school president. Ang school president, kang sarong university, colleges, na nasa higher education under the CHED, naagi pa nga niya ang board kaya na determine na may saro pang senador, may congressman. Very strict ang requirements nila. And then, kabalang administrator dan, I find it strange. Kaya balikan ta si requirements kaya. Dahil ako ma-subscribe kaya, Mrs. Jelta, familiar ako kan mga requirements kaya. Definitely, unless ikakapahiling yan sa kuya, then I
believe it's part of the record. We can look at it. That was the document given to us during the committee hearing, Mr. Chair. I am not inventing any document, sir. I am just following what was submitted to us.
Honorable Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clarification, Mr. Chair. I believe we are doing this because this is the requirement of CHED. Now, my question is, what is actually the requirement of CHED, the creation of the office of the president of the college, or creation of administrator, or creation of both president and administrator? Arin ba ang pigre-require sa tuya? No?
Bako yan. request ni Mayor.
During the committee meeting, there was yan, yung papel. Can we have it shown in front?
Yes, this is the one I'm referring to, Mr. Chair. Ang nakabugtakig diyo, pirang column niya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. And first column, mandatory plantilla position. Second column, President, Bar Administrator, Registrar, Librarian, Nurse, Instructor, Guidance Counselor. Third column, there is a plantilla for the following position: President, Bar Administrator, Registrar, Librarian, Nurse, Instructor, Guidance Counselor.
Mr. Chair, may we know
This is the document I'm referring to.
Mr. Chair, may we know from the Chairman of the Committee on Laws what particular CHED memo circular number is that being presented to us?
Mr. Chair.
Or is that only a summary of ano yung particular na circular saying that pwede ang araw kaya na?
This is the document submitted by Mr. Kunag during the committee hearing.
So we asked Mr. Konag kung ikaw talaga ng CHED memorandum circular.
So, what is the proposal?
I move that we defer consideration of that item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, will the...
No, I cannot, as I've said, I cannot overrule the decision of the committee. I will submit it to the plenary.
So the proposal is to defer disposition of this matter. Any second? Second. Any objection?
Okay.
There being none, this item is deferred. We coordinate with Mr. Konag. Temporarily deferred. So, do we request the presence of Mr. Konag?
So, does that mean, Mr. Chair, that only the first position was deferred or the entire? Because we are proposing 3 positions.
The other 2,
Okay. So, but the ordinance being proposed is for one or for...
I'm only moving for the passage of one ordinance.
Yes. So we defer consideration of the ordinance.
Oh, the entire. So the 3 positions.
Okay.
Okay. So it's quite clear enough, Mr. Chair. So may I proceed to the next item? Item number 2 is later dated January 22, 2020 of Mrs. Gregoria Nilda Abunal, City Treasurer, requesting exemption from the policy on the creation of new position in the right-sizing plan of the city government by creating the plantilla position of Local Treasury Operations Officer 4, grade 22. This position, on motion of Honorable Elmer Badlimoro, seconded by Honorable G.C. Albios, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to pass an ordinance creating the plantilla position of Local Treasury Operations Officer 4, salary grade 22, under the Office of the City Treasurer, and further appropriating funds necessary for the purpose chargeable against the 29 surplus. So with this, Mr. Chair, I move that we pass an ordinance creating the position of Local Treasury Operations Officer 4 under the Office of the Treasurer, and appropriating the amount of 869 pesos, 102 pesos to cover the salaries and other benefits of the Local Treasury Operations Officer 4 under the Office of the Treasurer. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Creating plantilla position of Local Treasury Treasurer is approved.
Item number 3 is later dated January 27, 2020 of the Honor of the City Mayor, requesting for authority to negotiate for the acquisition, either through sale, donation, or expropriation, of the lots owned by Mr. Domingo Capucao and Mr. Benjamin Aragon. Disposition, on motion of Honorable Baldemoro, seconded by Honorable Albios, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to pass a resolution authorizing the Honor of the City Mayor to negotiate for the acquisition of the subject property owned by Mr. Domingo Capucao and Mr. Benjamin Aragon. So I move, Mr. Chair, that we pass a resolution authorizing the mayor for the acquisition of the land owned by Mr. Capucao and Mr. Aragon. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Moved and seconded. Without objection, the
Item
same is
number
approved.
4 is proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Gil Rosales entitled An Ordinance Ensuring an Update of Accredited Civil Society Organization by requiring the submission of an accomplishment in status report to the Sangguniang Palansod prescribing a penalty for the violations thereof. Disposition on motion duly seconded. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to refer the matter to the Committee on People Empowerment. So moved, Mr. Chair. Because the committee believes that it's not within the domain of the Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
Yes, this item is referred.
Item number 5 is resolution number 2020-01 of the Sangguniang Kabataan Federation expressing support and commitment to the proposed ordinance of Honorable Rosales with regard to the enhancement of participation in legislative responsiveness by mandating the representation of the Sangguniang Kabataan Federation in the standing committees of the Sangguniang Palansod. Disposition on motion duly seconded. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to refer the matter to the Committee on, I think it's not Youth and Development, but Committee on
Jointly, it's
Rules.
It's jointly referred to Youth and Rules.
Youth and Development and
Rules.
Rules, yes. Sorry for not including the Committee on Rules in the report.
This matter
But
is
I move that we include that in our minutes. The referral to the two committees.
This item is referred.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item number 6. Please proceed.
Number 6.
Sorry. Item number 6 is later dated January 31, 2020 of Mrs. Gregoria Nilda Abunal, City Treasurer, submitting her comment and recommendation on Barangay Ordinance 2019-003 and 2019-004 of Barangay Panikwason. Disposition. Meanwhile, all request for the approval of Barangay Revenue Code of all barangays is pending after the completion of the seminar workshop. I don't know, Mr. Chair, whether the seminar workshop scheduled last March 12 and 13 sudah inadagos. But nonetheless, Mr. Chair, this is the disposition of the committee, so I move that we defer consideration of all revenue code submitted for review of the Sangguniang Palansod. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Approved.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apology for some
Mr. Chair.
mislocation of the report.
Honorable Valdemoro.
Mr. Chair, baka po pwedeng, could we return back to item number 1 of the committee report? Mayo daw po si Dr. Conag, however, Mr. Frank Mendoza could answer the query.
So we move to the next item.
The report of the Committee on Housing and Settlement.
Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I report acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Housing and Settlements for hearing held on February 21, 2020. May I move for acknowledgement, Mr. Chair?
Please, your report is acknowledged.
As there was no quorum in the committee hearing, may I move for the conversion of this August chamber into Committee of the Whole to treat the matters treated by the committee. May I move, Mr. Chair?
This as committee as a whole.
Day pa ka mo, gutom. Item number 1, letter dated January 17, 2020 of Engineer Odilio Nate, Nasilgaya President, submitting copy of the revised resolution 2020-01 of the Naga City Local Government Unit Employees Alliance, or Nasilgaya. May I move directly to the disposition, Mr.
Please
Chair?
proceed.
Considering that there are still gray areas to be clarified by Nasilgaya, such as the issue on who will assume the responsibility in paying the amortization in the event the City Hall employee retires from employment, and on the qualifications of the substitute borrowers, let the resolution be returned to the Nasilgaya for its appropriate action. Thereafter, a consultation between the committee, the HSDO Pag-ibig Fund, before the SP finally acts on the matter. So may we move for deferment and return the matter to the Nasilgaya? May we move that we return the matter to the Nasilgaya for clarifications of some of the provisions in its resolution. So we move, Mr. Chair.
This item is referred to Nasilgaya.
Item number 2, letter dated February 12, 2020 of Ms. Luz Biminda G. Quezon, submitting proof of residency of at least 10 years in Naga City. May I move directly to the disposition?
Please proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to direct the Secretariat to write Mrs. Luz Biminda G. Quezon, reiterating the disposition in the previous hearing that the lacking documents that need to be submitted pertain to the buyer, not the seller of the subject lot. So we move, Mr. Chair.
The Secretariat is so directed.
Item number 3, letter dated January 27, 2020 of Mr. Danilo Bido Ludovice, NCUP FI President, relative to the concerns of the members of Tabuco Riverside Homeowners Association in relation to the offer of Mr. Moreno to sell to the city the property occupied by them. May I move directly to the disposition?
Please proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to direct the Secretariat to write Mr. Mario Moreno of Tabuco, Naga City, informing that the city cannot accept his offer to sell because his right, if there is subject to court decision, and further resolve for the Sangguniang Panlungsod to furnish the DENR with all the resolutions that the city government has already passed pertaining to the subject property. There were 3 recommendations. So first, Mr. Chair, may I move that we direct the Secretariat to write Mr. Mario Moreno, informing him that the city cannot accept his offer to sell because his right, if there be any, is still subject to court action. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Secretariat is so directed.
Second, may we move, Mr. Chair, that we direct the Sangguniang Secretary to furnish the DENR with all the resolutions that the city government has passed pertaining to the subject property. So we move, Mr. Chair.
The Secretariat is so directed.
And lastly, may we move to request the CPDO through Engineer Odilio G. Nate and the City Assessor to advise the homeowners on how to pursue their miscellaneous sales application with the DENR. So we move, Mr. Chair.
The CPDO is so directed.
Item number 4, resolution number 2020-003 of Barangay Mobolo, entitled Resolution Approving the Construction of Multipurpose Building at the Open Space at Urban Poor Site, Zone 5, Pagdaicon, Mobolo, Naga City. May we move directly to the disposition?
Please proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to direct the HSDO to submit its comment on the proposal of Barangay Mobolo to construct a multipurpose building at their open space at Zone 5, Pagdaicon, Mobolo, Naga City. In coming up with its recommendation, the HSDO must consult the Homeowners Association concerned. So we move, Mr. Chair.
The HSDO is so
Mr.
directed.
Chair.
Within 15 days from receipt,
Honorable
Mr. Chair.
Dito Del Rosario.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We should give timetable sa HSDO. I remember that property, Mr. Chair, yung open space dyan sa yan ang pigihiling na gigibuhan na barangay hall kang kasi mag-road clearing na ang DPWH. So yan ang pigihiling tang lilipatan kang barangay. So we really need to have the comment kang HSDO. Otherwise, yun na yan ang i-ano ta sa barangay council. Yun lang yan, Mr.
What is your proposal?
15 days.
not-
15 days. 15 days.
Yeah, as we have manifested 15 days, but this is not for the barangay hall, but for multipurpose building. This is separate. The for barangay hall is the one owned by UCPB. This is a different property.
Dumamagay pa sa may covered court, di ba? Itong covered.
Part of the project, our resettlement site,
Kaya duman sa may covered court, may open space naman.
but not for the barangay hall. Multipurpose. That's the proposal of Barangay Mabolo. So iba pa itong for barangay hall.
Kasi may multipurpose na duman, ma'am eh. Why still put a new multipurpose? So siguro kayo punta po ng mapa dyan, Mr. Chair. Mapa, para may ano.
Yes. When we make the final recommendation, then we will present the map because we also asked the map from HSDO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please proceed to item number 6.
Item number 5. Letter dated January 15, 2020 of Punong Barangay Cyrus L. Caballero, Absabang, endorsing Barangay Resolution number 2020-010 entitled Resolution seeking the approval of the City Government of Naga and the Sangguniang Panlungsod for the construction of the Barangay People's Center at the open space beside the Metroville Covered Court. May I move directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to request the CPDO for its comment and evaluation, as the request will need an alteration of an approved plan before the next steps may be taken on the proposal. So we move, Mr. Chair, that we refer the matter to the CPDO for its comment and evaluation.
This matter is referred to CPDO.
Item number 6, letter dated January 24, 2020 of Mr. Cesar Maestrado, submitting comments or observations for the city to buy the land and building claimed by Mr. Mario Moreno located at Barangay Tabuco, this city, treated simultaneously with item number 3, Mr. Chair. So may I move to item number 7.
Please proceed.
Letter dated February 3, 2020 of Ms. Emeline Alarcon Corpus, heir of Dominador and Encarnacion Alarcon, requesting approval or resolution allowing her to transfer the title DCT number 36075 in her favor. May I move directly to the disposition?
Please proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to request Ms. Emeline Alarcon Corpus of Peñafrancia, Naga City to submit proof of publication of the extrajudicial settlement with waiver of rights for the transfer of title of the property in her name. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Approved.
Number 8 and last, undated letter of Ms. Shirley Amisola asking for help for the cancellation of the annotation by the Urban Development Housing Act of 1992 in order that the ownership of the property be transferred in her name. May I move directly to the disposition?
Please proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to write Ms. Shirley Amisola of Pili, Camarines Sur, furnishing her with a copy of City Ordinance number 2018-007, which is the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan Program, particularly highlighting thereof the provisions on the requirements when transfer of lots awarded under the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan Program may be allowed. So we move, Mr. Chair.
This position is
That
approved.
ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mila Arroyo. Can we go back to item number 1 of the committee report of Committee on Laws and Ordinances? The rules are suspended. Do we request Mr. Magno Conag? Okay. Please occupy the podium.
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Honorable Del Rosario.
Presence. Sir, i-clarify ko lang, sir. Ano po ang particular na circular or memo from Commission on Higher Education as far as plantilla position yung president? Ano po ang, ano siya, president? May slash talaga siya ng administrator or president lang siya?
Ang requirement po, Your Honor, either president or administrator, because in other schools, they are using administrators. And mostly, they are using president. In Calabanga, they are using president, and also others in Ligao. So that is a mandatory position as provided under the CMO 32, series of 2006.
Sir, pakiulit, sir. Anong...
CMO, CHED Memorandum Order, number 32, series of 2006.
Ano po, sir, ang specific na nakabugtak yan? Please read, sir. Please read.
An order, okay. Sandali. For a moment, Your Honor. In number 3, 13 findings of the CMO under CMO 33, there is permanent or mandatory positions intended for the for the local universities and colleges, and it is requested that there should be an ordinance for plantilla position as mandatory position for president/administrator. Another is registrar, the librarian and the nurse.
So, based on CHED Memorandum Order number
32,
it says there.
2006.
Okay. Sige, pakibaba daw tabi, Tim?
Wala dito. Kaya na to. Development plan to. Kaya ulit dito. Nasa 5 days ago.
So, Section 5 deals with the governing board, chairman, local executive, etc., etc.
Under Section 7, Your Honor,
Section 7,
the administration of the local college
shall be vested in the president who shall render full-time service.
Yes, Your Honor.
The Board of Trustees, upon the recommendation by the duly constituted search committee, may appoint him, meaning the president. He or she shall serve in 4 years. The president shall hold an appropriate doctoral degree, etc., etc.
I think, Your Honor, that's the basis for the requirement.
There is no mention, sir, of administrator.
Yes, but this administrator is included only in the findings of the evaluation committee for our application as higher education institution. Meaning the word administrator was also present in other schools. So they put it slash.
Ito yung pakibaba daw tabi ito. Sige pa. Baka na. I beg to disagree, Your Honor, with the interpretation of the school administrator, even the committee. It says here, very clear, Section 7, that the administration of the local college shall be vested in the president. There is no bar administrator who shall render full-time service. The Board of Trustees, upon the recommendation by duly constituted search committee, shall appoint him or her, meaning the president. He or she, meaning the president, shall have a term of 4 years and shall be eligible for reappointment for another term only. The president, without bar, shall hold an appropriate earned doctoral degree with 5 years of relevant administrative experience. The Vice President, Deans, Directors, Registrar, Administrative Officer. and other officials shall be appointed by the President subject to the confirmation of the Board. By the Vice President for Academic Affairs must be a holder of an earned doctoral degree, provided further that their appointment shall be pursuant to existing civil service laws, rules, and regulations. There is nowhere in that section the term administrator being spoken of.
Yes, Your Honor. But that's why we have the request for creation of position for president. As it is in the section 7, there is no mention about administrator. Although in the findings we found out there is a slash for administrator. In other words, we did not mean that we are going to have our administrator, but as a president as requested in our letter.
With due respect, sir, we already passed the ordinance creating the position of president. As a matter of fact, I authored that ordinance. As a matter of fact, we already incorporated the requirements, the eligibility, the functions, the powers of the President of the City College of Naga. Pwedeng plus mo yung ordinance na naipas kang Sangguniang Panlungsod?
Before that, there's a clarification by the Honorable Mila Arroyo.
Back to the previous question, I am now confused. What is at issue? What are we trying to decide on?
Honorable Valdemoro will answer.
Before my answer, ngunyan po kaya the CHED has a requirement for the City College of Naga to operate. Pag day po kita naka-comply on the requirements, day na kita makakapagpadagos. And at stake po digdi itong 500 plus scalap subsidized by the government. So ang committee po nag-recommend for the position of president / administrator with a salary grade 22. However, Councilor Del Rosario manifest his objection. Iyo po yan itong diniresolve tangon niya. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Arroyo.
Yes. We are deliberating on compliance with the CHED requirement so that we can be accredited. One of the requirements that we should comply with is appointment of president / administrator. Is that correct?
Yes.
So therefore, it doesn't really matter whether what we appoint is a president or an administrator.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So I think we should take the word of the present administrator of the City College of Naga, because he is the one presenting this to us, the Sanggunian, to decide on, so that we can comply with the requirements of CHED. So kung may ibang problema kung anong gusto tang gamiton na nomenclature, whether president or administrator, kung the Honorable Del Rosario will be more comfortable for us to use the word president, then let's use the word president. Di po ba? And create the position accordingly. Now, ang next question po would be, anong salary grade? Because the salary grade, the one that's being flashed before us, is 27. The one recommended by the committee is 22. So may we now be clarified on this difference? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Del Castillo.
During the committee hearing, nobody objected to the disposition of the committee. That's the consensus of the entire Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Reorganization and Committee on Appropriation. No objection was raised during the committee hearing. And we agreed that we will be creating the position of President, assigning thereto salary grade 22 pending recommendation of the Board of Trustees of the City College of Naga as expounded by the Honorable Gregorio Abunal. That was the agreement during the committee hearing. Nobody objected, Mr. Chair. So, I am standing by the disposition of the committee, assigning salary grade 22 to that position.
Okay. Honorable Arroyo.
Yes, thank you. My question to Dr. Conyag. Dr. Conag?
Yes.
Yes. In the requirement by CHED, is there a required or prescribed salary grade for that president or administrator to be appointed? Is there a required salary grade?
The salary grade 27 is not required there, but we did have any source of information as to how much or what is the salary grade. So I and Frank talk about basic. So we took about the SUC President 1, which has the basis of salary grade 27. That proposal was only intended for the appropriation purposes, but not actually intended to be the sure or certain salary grade. It may be, as I mentioned during the committee meeting, the board or the Sanggunian has the discretion to lower it down as long as they as what pleases them.
Yes. Because in determining salary grade, Mr. Chair, we have to look at the competitiveness. That's one consideration, competitiveness, because then we have to find that person. Kung ang salary grade is not commensurate to the functions and duties of that particular position, di kita makakahanap. Ang salary grade, at the same time, we should also look at the extent of the responsibility, considering how big is the school or how small is the school. Ang 27, Mr. Chair, I think 2 years back, is the salary grade of the president of Bicol University. That's the salary grade of the president of Bicol University, salary grade 27. So if we will compare the magnitude of Bicol University to the City College of Naga, definitely salary grade 27 doesn't come at par. Sa dito lang ang City College of Naga in terms of magnitude. Pero si gabat kang responsibility is of course almost the same. Kasi ang responsibility is the same, only that ang magnitude ang magkakaiba. So, I believe kung ang recommendation kang committee after nindang nag-deliberate is 22, then there's no reason for us to go against it unless there is compelling reason para sabihon na sala yung recommendation na iyan kang committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Miles Arroyo. Honorable Lito Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm a member of the committee, both of Committee on Appropriation and Committee on Laws and Ordinances, chaired by Honorable Rosales and Honorable Del Castillo, respectively. However, I was absent, so I was able to manifest. Being shown, pakibalik. Ito pang sarotin. Bayan din, itong sarap pa. Not that one, tin. Ito pang sarap. Specific for the president. Ito pang sarap, tin. Specific for the presidency of the City College of Naga. Anyway, Mr. Chair, we were able to pass the ordinance to reiterate again yung position of the President of the City College of Naga. Qualifications, responsibilities, etc., etc. Sarap pa tin, itong sarap pa. Specific sa President. Pinapahili ko na igdi, Mr. Chair, na igwana kitang pigpasar na ordinansa para igdi. Ang kaipuan talang i-operationalize. What I mean of operationalize, i-publish. Tangari may mag-apply na. Then, kung dai ko pa nabugtak duman kung anong salary grade, then we fix the salary grade. Kasi malinaw duman sa Section 7, President, mayong islas, mayong administrator. Kung sakali lang siguro na dahil kita mayong nag-qualify, then we amend the ordinance, bugtakan ng administrator. Dako lang tabang sa tuya ni Dr. Mario Conag. Grabing strides na ginibok ang City College of Naga under his term bilang administrator kasi mayo nga ni ano. But during the time na pigdi-deliberate tayo ni na nagpag-create ng president, ano ang sabi sa tuya kan executive? Compliance ini kang higher education division na magbugtak na kita ni mga kaya nga ni nagkakukumahog kita magpasar kan tulong ordinance about City College of Naga. Di ba? Malinaw yan naman. Pig-deliberate tayo na hindi. As a matter of fact, nagkagawa pa kita ng meeting duman sa conference room to discuss this matter. And we were able to pass that ordinance.
There is an ordinance, then we can just amend. Honorable Del Castillo.
Ordinance creating that position. Why is it that the mayor requested for the creation of position? So, with that, may I know what ordinance number, when it was passed, what's the content of the ordinance? So that all will be enlightened of that particular ordinance. So that discussion on the position of president can be terminated if there is really an ordinance that already created that position.
Okay. Let us confirm the existence of an ordinance already suiting the request of our city mayor. Honorable Valdemoro.
Mr. Chair, the committee has already a recommendation. Kung may proposal po si Councilor Del Rosario, ilatag na. Kung gusto niyang president, what is the salary grade, isabi na. Ngayon makadecide na kita. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Abunal.
Mr. Chair, we are conscious na nagpasar na kita ng ordinansa creating yung statements on the presidency. Alagad iguana naman papel na nag-abot. This is in reference to the findings of the committee. Kaya nga nag-request na naman, kaya lang na-otro na nag-request pa ng plantilla position for this time president/administrator. Alagad igwa pang iba na dahil mal nakaiba duman sa creation kan si position kan president. In fact, there are other elements, there are other recommendations or findings from CHED na recommended, for which reason sabi mi na pwede ba ilatag na gabos yan mga requirements na yan kanin sararuan man ang action ba kung piecemeal na pigagrant like right now nag-grant na kita ng sa presidency pero igwang two other positions in fact na pighagad naman, so librarian saka nurse. That's why we are in this predicament. Pero yung sa presidency tapos na po yun. Tapos na yun, I mean, may ordinansa na kayan. Right now, si hali sa committee, kung baka may president na di dumana sa librarian saka sa nurse. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, what is being shown is Ordinance 2020-004. An ordinance creating the search committee for the President of the City College of Naga and defining the powers and duties of the President. Saro-saro onta, Mr. Chair. Search committee. Search committee. Sige, baba mo. Baba mo. Pakibaba tabitin. Pakibaba. Okay. Search committee, yan dyan, section 4, notice of vacancy. Vacant ko niyan ang Office of the President, nakabugtak dyan sa ordinansa, within 10 days upon its constitution, the search committee shall cause the publication of the notice of vacancy for President. Mayo dyan bar, madyan administrator, in a newspaper of local and general circulation, and by having the same posted in conspicuous place, qualification for President, selection of qualified candidates, submission of nominees, appointment of president, pakibaba tabi. Very stringent dyan, Mr. Chair, ang ano. Kaya ako, I don't subscribe, Mr. Chair, na maging salary grade 22 lang yan. Dahil yan pagbugtak na division head lang kang city, ang president kang City College of Naga, pareho kang administrator. Gibunta siyang salary grade 25, if not 27. Yan ang punto ko dyan eh. Dahil pagtawadan ang kakayahan kang presidente kang City College of Naga. And also, Mr. Chair, i-reiterate ko, mayo dyan nakabugtak ning bar, President, Administrator. Malinaw, they should implement that. Inapprove tayo, ilisan ko niyan.
Honorable Del Castillo.
We have created a search committee. But my question is, where is the ordinance creating in the position of the president of the City College of Naga? In what salary grade was assigned to that position? Including the appropriation for the position. What ordinance? Is it included in that ordinance or not?
Let's check.
Pakibaba tabitin. Mayo dyan, Mr. Chair. By the way, January 21, 2020. Dahil dyan nakabugtak. Pero pigset na dyan si stringent rules. Kaya ang pigo-object ko, ano ta sa salary grade 22 lang. Kaya, ang punto ko, kung gusto tang aprubahan ang committee recommendation ng salary grade 22, basta ang sinasabi ko, dagdagan taman yung prestigyo ang president kang City College of Naga. And ang proposal ko, Mr. Chair, i-increase tayo to salary grade 25. Kung may mag-qualify, then let it be. Ang administrator ang magkakapot kang just to comply with the memorandum circular. Yun lang punto ko ever since kang pagpon kang pagdebate ta.
Mr. Chairman,
I remember, Honorable Del Rosario, this is just initially the salary grade, and we will await the recommendation of the Board of Trustees. Is that right?
Yeah.
Honorable Del Castillo.
Yes. We are not downgrading or whatever it is, the position of President. But during the committee hearing, the Honorable Abunal manifested that there should be a recommendation from the Board of Trustees for the President. That's why, meantime that there is no a recommendation yet from the Board of Trustees, the committee decided to assign grade 22 just to create the position of President, because even that ordinance does not create the position of the President. Because creation of position must carry with it the appropriation necessary.
Mr. Chair, the committee is proposing that we vote on the salary grade 22. Member akong committee, absent ako. I am proposing, Mr. Chair, salary grade 25. Depende na yan sa satuya. Dahil na paghalaton, Mr. Chair, ang suggestion ko, dahil na paghalaton ang Board of Trustees na magsabi pa ng anong kuyan. Kung pwede ta naman ika-fixan ko niyan, i-fix na tangaring sarong ikot lang kang papel.
Yes. So with that statement, Mr. Chair, I will reiterate my previous motion during the time that I was reporting, that I move for the passage of an ordinance creating the position of President, Librarian, and nurse. The last two positions shall be assigned salary grade 11 as agreed during the committee hearing, in the position of President assigned salary grade 22 as agreed during the committee hearing. I will stick to the disposition of the committee.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion. Is there any second?
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Baldemoro, first.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I will stand to the decision of the committee, being part of that committee. However, Mr. Chair, pwede naman we will still await for the recommendation of the board, and we could change. Kung president ang gusto ta, pwede tang president. Pwede tang kaniyang gibuhon salary grade 27 kung gusto ta. So for the meantime, just to comply with the requirements of JED, ipasta na ini dahil ang at stake po digdi is the scholar, the student of the City College of Naga, na kung di kita ma-accredit, dahil na po ma-subsidy for the scholarship of the student. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Del Rosario.
I don't know, Mr. Chair, if an absent member of the committee can object to the disposition of the committee.
Yes.
Okay, so I object, Mr. Chair. I propose that we make it salary grade 25.
So, with the objection, we divide the House. Any, those in favor of the ordinance?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can we plus the page 1 of the report of the joint committee hearing? Okay. The Honorable Del Rosario is absent. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But just a reminder, all those present must abide with the decision of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, with the pending motion duly seconded and the objection of the Honorable Del Rosario, we divide the House. Those in favor of the proposed ordinance by the Honorable Del Castillo, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Abstain?
7.
No objection? Those in objection?
1.
Abstain? Abstention? 1.
None.
There is an abstention. Okay. So, the ordinance is approved. Honorable Del Rosario.
Ano lang ini? Pakiulay ko lang sa City Administrator yung about matter City College of Naga. Kung pwede, i-submit sa to, kompleto, ang documents, kompleto, para dahil kita naghihiridali kang si mga dispositions ta. I also urge Dr. Conag to help in the, para kompleto ang, kompleto pirmi ang discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, in fact, during the committee hearing, sabi ko, kung pwede po nga kung ipaarap na sa muan, gabos na kahagadan, gabos na requirement, tanganing mapaghandaan man ba kung piecemeal pigtatao. For which I think that is being done right now. If I may go to another point, Mr. Chair, ako seryoso po ako dahil ko nagsusuba. I move for the adjournment.
So, we move to the next item. There's a motion to adjourn. Is there any second? Second? Honorable Valdemoro.
Just a reconsideration, Mr. Chair. Pwede na kitang mag-adjourn, but can I make the nominal voting para all the previous approved resolution?
Okay.
Chair rules on the matter.
Okay.
Nominal
voting.
Thank
Honorable Ranyola first.
Chair, that we have already agreed last session that to end up at 12. This is for our own good. Sa ngunyan siguro, garo ngingisi pa kita. But COVID-19 talagang nagagrabe po. We never can tell kung saan sa tuya sa carrier. Kasi hali kita sa mga iba-ibang lugar, mga iba-ibang harong kita. Pag maabot kita rin, the more we stay here, the more naglalakad kung halimbawa yung carrier. Nagluwas laog pati ang mga tao dyan. So, we agreed already that it will end at 12, finish or not finish. So, siguro, Iyan mo taman, iunra tayong sa tuyong agreement.
Honorable Del Castillo.
Observation of the Honorable Ranyula, but so that all that matters that we already disposed of in today's regular session must be included first in the nominal voting so that we can already approve it. Because if we will just adjourn without approving those items, anyway, it will not consume us 2 minutes to have the Honorable Baldimoro move for the approval for nominal voting and approval of what we already disposed of. Mr.
Honorable Abunal.
Parliamentary procedures kaya, you move for adjournment, you do not move for, ano to?
Nominal voting.
For nominal voting. Kaya ako nag-move for adjournment. Kung kayo pa mag-nominal voting, di magsibog ka pa duman. Pero dapat mag-rule na kita kayan. Dahil man kayo, kung Mr. Chair, pwedeng mag-move for nominal voting.
Okay.
Mr.
So,
Chair, primero po,
thank you, Honorable Abunal.
I'm not aware of the 12 o'clock mandatory adjournment. I was absent last session. No. Second, Mr. Chair, nakikiulay po from the executive na malaps daw po itong bayaran ta sa BAR for the Santa Cruz property. So baka pwedeng may dispose ta.
Okay.
Item number 18 of the unfinished business. May hinahabol lang po kitang bayaran sa BAR.
Sige po. Anong pleasure kang body?
May I request the city administrator to appraise us.
So we cannot adjourn yet?
Mr. PJ Barosa.
I think this is important.
Mr. Chair, I yield to PJ to explain.
Mr. Honorable Del Castillo.
Of order because adjournment is a privilege motion.
Okay.
And it will supersede all other.
Okay, so with that manifestation,
Mr. Chair, I am asking for a reconsideration dahil may at stake po kitang bayaran digdi.
okay.
BAR.
So with that, majority decides.
But the movement has already left, Mr. Chair. Yes, it was already seconded. So how could we?
What is the ruling on what is the procedure on this?
Based on our rules of procedure, that precedes all other motion.
So we adjourn?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Before the adjournment,
Okay,
I
think
asked
this is the
for a
last,
reconsideration.
last naman ni Neo.
Mr. Chair,
This will not take up so much time. Honorable Del Rosario.
due to the exigency of the request, I move that we pass the necessary, that we ratify as mentioned in the letter, finding the aforementioned beneficial to the city government and the Nagueños in particular, may we therefore forward to your here to attach deeds as well as request for ratification. Tin, iling na tabi, Tin, pakibaba. So, kuya naman, Mr. Chair, nakakomply naman, may mga pirma naman.
Extrajudicial settlement for ratification.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a motion to ratify the extrajudicial settlement of sale.
Second,
Duly seconded. Honorable Del Castillo.
This matter included in our calendar of business.
yes, Mr. Chair, included as item number 18 of the unfinished business.
Okay.
Thank you. With that clarification.
I think the previous motion, which was duly seconded, was not yet resolved. How could we proceed if that matter was not yet resolved? It was seconded, Mr. Chair.
That is true. I don't know how paano kita ma-proceed.
Yes.
Yes po, I asked for a reconsideration.
So with the objection,
We will solve first that matter before we proceed further.
okay, so with the objection, we vote again on the adjournment. Okay, with the objection, those in favor of the adjournment, only 1, 2,
1, 2, 3.
those against,
1, 2, 3, 4.
abstention. So 4 against 3.
And 1 abstention.
So the motion will not be carried.
With this, Mr. Chair, I reiterate my formal motion that we ratify the deed entered into by the city and the parties in the letter. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Without objection, the extrajudicial settlement of sale is ratified. Se-
Nominal voting.
Nominal voting.
For the nominal
Honorable
voting,
Baltimoro.
Mr. Chair, may I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Honorable Arroyo. So, Mr. Secretary, please take note of the abstention of the Honorable Arroyo. So, for the nominal voting, Honorable Baltimoro.
I already made my manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And any second to the motion? Approved. This session is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your enthusiasm.